Good morning, beautiful people. Good morning. Good morning. You know, I will never get nobody name up. They was like, they was like, is that a wig? What was that? I said, I don't know. I don't do hair. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't gonna say the other women that was in there. Some that at the, the merriment, they was laughing at the gym with me this morning and said, we know you gonna put them hairstyle. I said, I am. So I know because we got 130. I said I am. I'm gonna put it up there. Now one downvote is Liddell or Kansas. I'm not messing with it.
Rocket, cold.
But look who they said that was Crockett. We got Stephen A. Smith attacking her now. Jasmine Crockett.
Been attacking our whole nationality, so it ain't nothing new with him. He's a fascist racist. He all that. He let you know who he is. He ain't holding them up.
But he black.
Stephen Miller ain't
No, Stephen A. Smith.
Oh man.
I'm talking about Stephen A. Smith. You ain't see how they said to my y'all wrong. Y'all wrong. I mean, listen, hey, some laugh with you, some laugh at you. They laughed at me plenty of times. I laughing too, shit. But hey, it is what it is. But boy, we was rolling. They was like, you gonna put them pictures up? I said, I am. She the one brought up content. She said, are they trying to use stuff for content? I said, well, she gave it to me. But this what I had wanted to say. I was watching one guy. I was looking for his video, and he was talking about like in Chicago when they raided the hotel. And I get both sides, not the hotel, the apartment complex. But and as he was breaking it down, and it was like what they doing is what they not telling people is, and it's bad on both sides. But these was the ones that the Democrats had. Remember they took them to Martha's Vineyard and everything.
Yeah.
What's up?
I can't. I just can't fathom that, right? Like, I'm still stuck on, you touch my kids, I'm touching you. It's that serious. And the fact that he's just letting this man skate by, but a dude who does something peaceful, that rallies the community to do something peaceful, right? How often do we see people today get groups of people together, rile them up, and go set them loose? Jed gathered a group of people, got them focused, and did something productive, and he's the fucking monster? This is some bull.
I'm just like y'all, family. I'm waiting for them to tap in too. Good evening, good evening, good evening. Just waiting for them to tap in. As I'm saying them get ready. We gonna be ready. So bear with me, family. Thank all y'all for tapping in as we getting ready for city council. What's up, Nelly Nell? Just give us a second. The city council should be up and rocking. Just a few ticks. I'll be right back with y'all. Family, I think we was a little early. I think it started at 5. But y'all bear with us because we're going to get to it. What's up, Michelle Young? Thank you for tapping in. Felicia Martinez, Marcia A. Talk, Kermit Lyons, what it do? Thanks for everybody that's in here tonight. But we got to be a little patient, and I believe it should be on and popping in 1 second. Just bear with me. Bear with me. What's up, Mr. Classic? We're going to get it together. Bear with me. Let me. The board, thank you for the 1999 super sticker and the super chat. And what's up, Sir Gregory, Queen Anifa, Denise Cousins, Debbie Clark, 1/2 of the Wonder Twins, Kawana Mack, what it do, Concrete Jungle, what it do. Let's see. Hey, Javier, drop it and let us know when you do it. Hey, that's what's up. That's what's up. Ain't nothing wrong with that, good brother. Nothing wrong with that. That's what's up. The way of Christ through the way of Christ, the way of Jesus Christ through faith. Good evening. Thank everybody for tapping in. We got the lovely Queen Anifa. Sweet cupcake on break. How you doing, beloved? Thank you for tapping in. I'm just sitting back waiting until I see it when it's official, like a ref with a whistle. But I'm thinking it's probably starting at 5 o'clock, family. That's what I think. What time it's starting? Wanda Smith, thank you for tapping in. I'm just sitting back and waiting on it. Getting back on my what's the name family. I've been still in the gym, but I kind of been falling off. But I'm back on it. I ain't really fell off. What's up, Miss Eunice? Thank you for tapping in. Just sitting back waiting on that council thing to pop up so we can see what it do today. It should be a quick one. I ain't seen the back signal go off yet. Sarah P., good evening. Thank you for tapping it. You can see people coughing and everything. That's what I figured it started at 5 because I'm like, I don't see no traction. Thank Nelly Nell. Yeah, special affairs started at 5, city council at 5:30. What's up, Nikki? So tricky in the building. Thank you for tapping in. Family, we here. We here. No, I got my. I mean, then they said a tax out. Consumer Power supposed to come and tell us why they're closing that drop. I don't know why they probably want people to come in. Everything's so digital. Just chilling, Pastor Nicholas J. Gaddis. You know, this is kind of like a day off for me. The only show I had to do was the morning recall with me and Trevor. But yeah, Trevor supposed to be doing the polls tonight. Yeah, Trevor said he wanted to do the polls tonight. Mm. Yeah, I mean, we gotta sit back. Y'all know I've been really paying attention to my see what the Wolverines gonna do. I've been trying to see who the new coach gonna be and what's the hold up. So you know, I'm watching. We're gonna keep our recruiting class. So that's what I'm doing. A lot of watching. LaWanda Terry, thank you for tapping in. Sit back, figure it out, and get this council on the road. Thank everybody for tapping in. We like 14 minutes away from when they get say ready, set, and it's gonna be on and popping. I want to see if all 9 gonna show up. I know. I'm truly believe I know. 5th Ward gonna be there. 6th Ward gonna be there. 7th Ward gonna be there. Dennis probably gonna be there, but he probably tired of it anyway. But he'll be there. Jonathan should be there. 1st Ward, I'm pretty sure gonna be there, but we don't know for how long. And 2nd Ward gonna be there because she get 15 whole minutes to speak. 3rd Ward gonna be there, and Judy gonna be there because she want to push through. They get that money. What's up, Sheila? Thank you for tapping in. Mark 76, thank you for tapping in. I want to thank everybody for tapping in to this thing we call 810. We couldn't do it without y'all, so I want to tell y'all thank y'all in abundance to the people that subscribe, to the people who ain't subscribed yet. I truly would be grateful when you do subscribe. How you doing, Circa Henderson? Thank you for tapping in. We're going to see this thing get to rocking and rolling. The countdown going to be real. We get to see. We're going to see what showtime, what they going to do. What's up, Eric Tar Hill? Thank you for tapping in. It's on the agenda, but I doubt they're going to vote for it. They're going to roll this thing out to 26. Today is the last day they can do it because ain't they on break until New Year's? Wow, Kawana. She said, I think Priority will start making this recycle. Hence, that $210 property tax increase for solid waste. We already paid for trash removal on our taxes. Hey, got to get better leadership. Concrete says, guaranteed we still be president going. Moose will still be president in 2026. Hey, I don't doubt it. Oh, they okay. Want to say they done just like the Flint Community Schools after today. Hey, I wish I could be over there at that Flint Community School. Ooh, just making small talk till the meeting start. Come on, are you good? Don't worry about it. But we need it. We need this. We need conversation started till they start the madness start. Good evening, Constance. Thank you for tapping in on this lovely Wednesday. Even though it's a little chilly, chill. You know, I'm watching both. I'm looking at my phone, looking at both chats. I'm just so used to, even though I can see on both on here. But I'd rather do the blocking on my phone than try to do the blocking on this. Because this here, I'm telling you, we might got a little action. I just got an alert. I like how Paul got his stuff set up all the way for next year. He got the channels already set up. Let me see if we getting ready to get some action going on. We getting close. I just got an alert. As you can see from his, I just got an alert from Paul channel saying Flint City Council. That was 11 minutes ago. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it started at 5. You know, I gotta watch that. I gotta look at the phone over here. It started at 5, family. As we can see. Paul still running things. Why is that? The hell going on? Is that it right? Let me get my phone. My phone ain't charging right. Shoot. Drop my damn phone. What the hell? Let me see if it's working now. Oh, there it go. Oh, crap. Well, that didn't go out good. How the hell is this not working? My bad, family. Work with. Let me swing it over here like this. See if it'll work now. There you go. There we go. Hold on. See if it's charging. Yep. Nah, why it ain't charging on this? Ah, no, this thing is too. Oh my goodness. Let me figure this one out. Oh, that's what it was. It came unplugged. There you go. I got it. Boy, I was finna have a nervous breakdown over here. Family. I unplugged everything. How you doing, Lorraine Thompson? Thank you for tapping in. New one, thank you for tapping in. you terrible, said. You terrible. Let me get over here. Where we at? 6 minutes to 6 minutes. 6 minutes, Dougie Fresh. Your on. Why your name not green? Oh, that's because that's a member. We got to get you back as a member. What's up, Bertha? What's up, Bertha? Baby in the building. Nola in the building. Thank you for tapping in. We got the lovely Deborah Luna in the building. Good evening. Good evening. Let me watch over here. I gotta watch both of these screens. Make sure ain't nothing going on without us knowing what's going on, family. Mm-hmm. I think we got action, family. Let me see. I think we got action. He got action on his channel. Mm-hmm. 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 I'm just waiting on him to kick it in on the other side. I'm thinking, let's see the way to check out this other part. Not me, not me. Okay, I'm on the right one. Just waiting on it. I see Paul still running. Paul still running rough shot. Just waiting, family. We got action, baby. You have to be patient. We got action.
Hello, testing. Oh, hello, New York. This is R.L. Mitchell. What, honey? What's Jack? You know how me and you roll since we was on Karen River Weaver got you in that seat. And you know this. And you know, don't be.
Good evening. The time is now 5 p.m. on Wednesday, December 17th. I hereby call the Special Affairs Committee meeting to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin is not in. Ms. Lewis is not in. Ms. Johnson is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett is not in. You have 2 members present.
We have 2 members present. There are some people walking.
Where's my phone? Look at her. She goes shopping. I haven't gotten anything yet. My I got paid today. I could. That's my problem. Not only, not either way. It's, I just don't have. That's about as far as I can go and do it. It's probably rotator cuff. Oh.
Tina Turner. The name stays here, but it's the gay anime. Oh, otherwise name was Thunderbird. Making that bad deal with Thunderbird. Nobody make a deal with it. Only fly guilty. Oh my God, good boy here tonight too. Oh, get enough. The colored girls, all wild. Ain't seen that yet. Yeah, whatever you. Thunderbird, just eat the cake. Eat the cake, Thunderbird. Anyway, yeah.
Madam Clerk, the time is now 5:11 p.m. If we could do another roll call.
Okay, for the roll call, Mr. Alamin is not in. Dr. Lewis? Ms. Johnson?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns? Ms. Mashat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett?
Present.
You have 7 members present.
We have 7 members present. It's now time for the reading of the disorderly person city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 31-10, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from the meetings. Are there any requests for agendas, additions, and/or changes?
Madam Chair.
I can't see. Can you move that for me? Thank you. Councilwoman in the second ward.
Is it possible to move our special orders
Yes.
to the front?
Where do you want them to be moved to?
Right before resolutions.
So we're gonna move all 4 right before resolutions?
That'd be good.
All right. So I am ordering special order discussion item 250420-T, which is the discussion item for sign language interpreter, 250430-T, which is the special order for Catholic Charities, 250431-T, which is a discussion item for the administrative update on water testing for the 34 through 3600 blocks of Brownell Boulevard, and discussion item 250434-T, which is the discussion item review of the city council rules. I'm ordering that all of those be moved before our first resolution.
Point of order.
Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
I think it's only one that says special order under that category. And the other thing is we need to have a roll call vote. This is a council, well, no, this is special. Yeah. Just remember.
No,
those
I do.
two.
I do understand what you're saying, but when I asked if she wanted to move all 4, she said yes. But I hear what you're saying, so I was just
yeah.
responding to the yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But only one item under there is,
I hear you, but when I asked, she said yes. So. So we will do a roll call vote on moving all 4 before resolutions. And that is, Madam Clerk, we're doing a roll call vote on moving all of the special orders and discussion items before resolutions.
Okay, then I need someone to make the motion and to support it.
Is there someone who will support her? I'm supporting it. Go ahead.
Mr. Alamin is not in. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no. So we will move all of those items before the resolutions. Are there any further changes and/or additions? Seeing as how there aren't any more changes and/or additions, it is now time for public comment. Members of the public who wish to address the city council or its committees must register before the meeting begins. A box will be placed at the entrance to the council chambers for collection. It was placed of registrations. No additional speaker slips was accepted after the meeting began. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes per speaker during public comment, with only 1 speaking opportunity per speaker. First public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The first speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Hello, I'm R.L. Mitchell. I live at 759 East Linden Avenue on the north side of town where the graveyard at, Graceline. Well, for the record, about last week when that Reverend, the guy who opened up the food market on the Clio Road over, because we had a food desert in the ghetto of Flint, Michigan. And thanks to Mr. Mott, great grandkids, they got deep pockets. They they made it possible to give Dr. Flynn $1.57 million to make sure we put the food grocery store up and stop that order world catastrophe from happening when they had to tear down and gave Mays a bad name for building the order world and the casino. But again, we the people think Mr. My great-great-grandkids were doing that to Reverend Flynn, because we don't have to wait no 15 years like it did in Detroit, because even 10 years. And you see, we got it up and made history all over Flint, and the country bunkers see that too. But, and another thing about the situation at Calvary University and McDonald's over on Clio in Pasadena, it was attacked by cyber attack last week. People act like they don't never televise that stuff on the news. 3 days, and I go there every day to get me a Happy Meal, to get a cup of coffee, and one of them meals costs only about $2.50. But the attack kept me from getting my meal because the woman said they're attacking us again. They're like it's normal. But the young peoples do. They said, we're gonna make Monsieur Old School get his hamburger. They took their time and fixed me a hamburger. I mean a breakfast. But I'm trying to say this: on the third day, they started throwing out the food, and it was guarding the dumpster to keep the homeless people from taking the meat they was out and keep them feeding the rest of them. That's just like they still attacking us peoples in Flint. Everybody going on as business as usual. But I'm trying to say, I'm going to the cafeteria without being and get them goons coming there, because until they fix McDonald's up and everybody, and Miss Fields, she in the hoops with them high Hitler peoples. And Mashak always talking about another thing, Mashak. You doing a good job of rebuilding Central High School over there, and you don't put you ain't wasting the money like certain people. Stay tuned, America, and Madam Burns, keep eating the cake for Flint.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Stanley Wood.
Appointments 250423. Councilwoman Priestley, I know you said before you'd never put anybody on the E&A board again. Although I find this as pure coincidence, maybe not, that this lady happens to live at the same exact address as the guy that you tried to get on the E&A board before. I don't know if it's pure coincidence. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I don't know, but they share the same address. And I did verify that. I looked into that deep. The relationship between a citizen and a politician is not considered domestic relations, and therefore language does not meet the definition of domestic violence. I say that because obviously I was chastised by the 2nd and 7th Ward council people when I left about calling you guys the C word and multiple B words. For the councilwoman in the 7th Ward, I challenge you to show me where I called you a bunch of B words. I will admit I called you a C word. For the councilwoman in the 2nd Ward, I did apologize the following week. Whether you accept my apology or not is nothing that I have to worry about. I apologized. I've done the right thing, and I have not said anything like that to you since that date. 810 News Media Group, one of the best news stations in Flint. They did a poll I thought was kind of interesting. This doesn't, reflect my thoughts, but one of them was, who is more illiterate, Leon, Liddell, or Joyce McNeil? Surprisingly, Leon ended up with 76%, with Liddell at 16 and Joyce at 8. I say this because when I come back to the councilwoman in the 7th Ward, cleaning somebody else's porch before cleaning your own is a bad idea. And I can give you some examples, like when you told Councilman Pfeiffer, it's a traverse, you racist bitch. Or when you try to start a riot with the Murphy family, playing on the family's emotions. I clearly said before, and I'll say it again, you are not presidential material. The vice president is not vice presidential material. You guys have proven that over the last 2.5 years. I believe it's time to put the senior councilwoman in charge and see how she does, because obviously the leadership we have right now is definitely not adequate.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Tahira Rasul.
My name is Tahira Rasul. I reside at 1905 Lynbrook Drive, Flint, Michigan. Oh, right here. Okay. My name is Tahira Rasul. I reside at 1905 Lynbrook Drive, Flint, Michigan. I have to speak for my soul today. When I received the letter from the water settlement on Friday, December 12th, stating that the property settlement for homeowners or adult property was going to be $1,000. It hit me in the gut. But what I have to say is that in 2014, a crime against humanity was committed in Flint, Michigan. And no one was held accountable, from the governor to the local officials. The medical community was silent, except for Dr. Mona. The religious community was also silent. Clean water is a human rights issue. I want to direct this to the claims administrator that was named on this settlement letter and to the special master. What can I do with $1,000? My water bill averages $80 a month. My property taxes with the summer and winter is over $2,000. But this is supposed to be one of the poorest cities. Year after year, they say Flint is poor. A lot of people come in here and they earn their livelihood, but they talk about Flint. They badmouth Flint. Something is wrong with that. And I also blame the auto industry. It was like, when I came here in the 80s, it was so many different, auto plants and everything. And the city just allowed them to just leave without replacing some other industry. So what did you think was going to happen to Flint? The school system, the public school system, has been on life support for as long as I can remember. They wait until the schools, people burn them. I mean, sometimes they can be renovated, but you can't wait too long to do that. That's ridiculous. And the trust was lost a long time ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Keyshawn Wade.
Hello, Council. My name is Keyshawn Wade. I'm a resident of the 9th Ward. I'm a lifelong Flint resident. I'm a graduate of Flint Southwestern, class of 2019. And I recently returned home in May after graduating from college. I have a deep love, passion, and commitment to this community. I really hope in my heart of hearts to be a part of the transformation of this community. And that really brings me to why I'm here today. I'm speaking as a representative of the Flint Housing Union, an initiative that I have started up ever since coming home from college. And I'm hoping to speak here today in support of our neighbors of Village Shores Apartments in the Ninth Ward. And I want to do my best to respect their privacy and their humanity in this moment. But I really just want to bring attention to trying to find a resolution to some of the issues that these residents are facing. I think it's really important that we as a city look at our policies and procedures that have gotten us this far. And I really think it has been made a spectacle of their experiences in this moment, and not enough has been dedicated towards resolving the issue. Many of us in this room are aware of what happened at Village Shores Apartment, but just to go over it a little bit, on December 11th, residents at Village Shores Apartments had their water shut off by the city of Flint for this second time. Their water was previously shut off the Tuesday before Thanksgiving and then restored briefly the following Wednesday. The most recent shutoff has left residents without access to safe running water, but as well as heat. The heating there at Village Shores is a water-based one, so like steam powered heat. And in this weather, heat is really important to us all as humans. We have protection plans at the statewide level. Michigan Winters Protection Plan, for example, under MCL 460.9R, which applies specifically to gas and electric utilities, but doesn't make the city's actions lawful or acceptable when we think about that a water shutoff resulted in the heat and the loss of heat, especially as we consider this property has been condemned for a year, and through those in that condemned status, the property owners and property management collected rent for a year while residents did not have access, or while residents now do not have access to heat. I think that's unacceptable, and I think we have put ourselves in a predicament as a city and as a municipal local government, knowing that rental housing must be fit for human habitation, yet this is a unit without running water and heat in the winter. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Audrey Muhammad.
Good evening. My name is Audrey Muhammad. I'm a resident of the Second Ward. A couple of things is disheartening, especially people, if I heard correctly, the people over in the Village Apartments, those apartments was declared condemned. So how are they still living there without proper placement or something happening? And what's going on with the landlord? Something should be happening. If that was me, y'all be coming to put me out. But I also want to address the issue with the police department. I ain't done doing them, and I'm gonna keep on. Partially because the behavior of some of those police officers is just ridiculous. How do you force a person? And I'm not gonna talk about it too much because the young lady, she's here. She can speak on her own behalf. But I saw what I saw on Facebook, and that's ridiculous. But I also like to talk about my incident that happened on October the 30th at my house with Officer Steelwell, the same one who came up in the front and hit several citizens here in the city of Flint. I hear you, because he threatened to come and take my locks off my house if I locked them. And I went down and came and filed a complaint against him with his sergeant. I want to think his name is D. Sedwell or something. I can get his name for sure before I leave from up here. But I filed a complaint and haven't heard back from anyone downstairs. So I went down there and asked them and inquired. And they said, oh, that's a problem with internal affairs. So internal affairs is the one who you need to talk to. And I was given the name to Officer, what's his name? Start with a D, who works in internal affairs. So I called his number. Ain't heard back from him. His sergeant name is D. Seltzer. Had a long, lengthy talk with him. The officer didn't even have a body cam on his body, let alone turn it on. So my cameras on my house picked up part of our conversation where he was threatening. And I told him, you can't do nothing without an order from a judge, but thank God I know my rights. I advise all citizens to know their rights. So when they show up at your door, show up to you, you can tell them you know what your rights are. But he was so belligerent. Once he walked away and I asked him a question, he came back to my door, banged on my door and told me to open the door. When I refused to, he took his flashlight and went to several of my windows and shined it inside my house. But I'm calling you out today, Stillwell, because I'm tired of stuff not happening and not being properly handled by the city.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Diane Thornton.
Diane Thornton, Fourth Ward. I am a member of the Color of Law Coalition, and I just want to come up here and thank the outpouring of community support for what we've been doing. We have been trying to go out at least 2 nights a week to give hot meals to the homeless and blankets and whatnot and whatever. And the community has stepped up and they're helping with donations. And I just want to thank everybody and if you have any donations that you want to give as far as blankets or hats or hand warmers, anything like that, or if you want to make a meal and you don't necessarily want to take it out to them, just contact us. We'll be more than willing to get it out to them. And like I said, we have members here normally at council. We have a Facebook page that you can reach out to us. And like I said, I just want to thank everybody for supporting our efforts, because homeless is real. There's a lot of these people out here. It's cold. And if you've been following us on Facebook, we've been showing you. They're out there. They're young. They're old. They're not all drug addicts, Mr. Peachy. And they are human, and all lives matter. And our community should be stepping up and helping them. It's a lot of these people are on disability, and these people are taking their checks and putting them out on the street. They have autism, or they're physically disabled. And these people are taking advantage of them and putting them out on the street. And we as a community are failing them. And we need to step up and get together and get this crisis. There's no place for these people to stay. Our warming centers are being cut left and right. They have no beds. People treat these people with My Brother's Keeper. You say, well, we can get you over to Brother's Keepers or Carriage Town. No, they don't treat us with respect. They treat us like we're animals. Now, when somebody wants to sit and sleep on the concrete floor at 13 below zero, rather than going to a warming center, we got to do better as a community, people. So we need to step up. And these people, like I said, all of us are one devastation away from being out on that street. And people need to recognize. And like I said, Mr. Peachy, shame on you.
Wait, please stop the time. Pause the time. Excuse me. Miss Diane.
Okay,
Miss Diane.
I'm sorry, but what he said was very offensive.
I understand that, and I can respect how you feel.
Okay.
However, all comments need to be directed toward the council members and not other members of the public.
Gotcha.
And I will make sure can we unpause her time?
Nope, that's fine. But I just wanted to, like I said, I just want to thank everybody for stepping up and supporting us. And like I said, we all need to do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Gina Bryant.
Hi, my name is Gina Bryant. This is the first time I've ever could come to one of the meetings before. And I have worked in the community. I was a CNA and a phlebotomy, and I've taken care of some of you family members. Eric Mays, I took care of his mother at one time. But I think that I want to address the police. I think if you're going to serve the community, you're to serve us with respect. I reported my car stolen, and Officer C. Jones approached me aggressively before she even had a chance to even take my statement or hear what was going on. And as I was explaining it to her, she got very aggressive and everything, but I managed to get through the first time she came to my house and visit. And I do have video of the whole incident that is not posted on Facebook as of yet. And she was irritated because I was videoing her in the first place. And I videoed because I fear for my own safety. The second time she came out, she comes with a blank piece of paper telling me I need to sign it. And I'm asking her, what am I signing? And she was very aggressive about the situation and telling me where I can sign it at and whatever. And every item that she pointed that I need to put this paper on can be a potential weapon. Pretty much she was manipulating me to do the wrong thing so she can be more aggressive. But she, at the same time, she still and yet did it. She called me out of my name, told me I was a butthead, that I act like a 3-year-old child, and the incident of my car being stolen was not that serious. She proceeded to hit me with my door. She proceeded to throw me into my door and threatened to arrest me if I didn't sign the paper that she presented to me that didn't have any information on it. And I'm inquiring about what's on there. If she had presented it to me in a proper way, at least with the case number on it or my name on it, I'll understand, because between the time that she left me to come back to bring me this document to sign, I understand it couldn't have been filled out, but I understood that that it would be needed to done. And then on top of that, I find out my grandson, who is 5 years old, saw the whole incident when she threw me in the door. So now he's scared of police, and he no longer feels that they are good guys. He believes that they are bad guys because of how she's doing. But her action, her aggression was unnecessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Sarah Houston.
Sarah Houston from the 6th Ward. I was really disappointed last week that the item to be discussed on sign language interpreters was again ignored, forgotten, not thought about, put on the back burner. I realize that it's going to be on today, and that's a good thing because I wasn't here last week, but that doesn't really matter because I don't need access. Deaf people need access. It shouldn't matter if I'm here or not. Those residents should be just as important. It's not enough. It kills me that interpreters can be used when it looks good. When it looks good, interpreters can be used. But when it counts and when it matters, nobody cares. I don't have to be here for that item to be discussed. I'm mad it's still being discussed. Why can't we just make a phone call and have 2 people sitting up there doing the job? I just don't understand it. What are we waiting for? Why are we waiting on technology? Put people in here. The other part can come later. Provide the access. I was watching the last meeting, and I must say, Mr. Leon, your behavior was atrocious. The way you spoke back to the public, very narcissistic. I've seen it, I know it, I lived it, you are it. I have no doubt in my mind whatsoever. The things that I've heard, the recordings that I've heard, I don't need you to be proven so guilty. There's a lot of men that beat women that don't get proven guilty until the woman is dead. For the rest of y'all who support that nonsense. It's just nonsense. I also support the fact that we need new leadership in this council. The leadership that is here now is toxic. It's very mean girlish. I've gotten it, I've seen it, and it's the truth. Let's do something else. Let's hand it over to the senior member and maybe to see what can happen then. But playing this ring around the rosy game is ridiculous. Are we in kindergarten or are we grown people? Y'all just playing games. I watched the last council meeting. I wasn't able to make it, but I was able to watch it. And again, it is time to grow up and do what's best for this city and not what makes you look good, not what makes you feel good, or what make, do what's best for this city, not just your special projects that got brought to discussion, but yet interpreters and access got left behind. What's important? What I got to do to make me look good or what the people need? Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Rich Jones.
How everybody doing today? I got a question. When that young lady was invaded by that police officer, did that police officer have on their bulletproof vest? Next year, will y'all do something to make sure that any interaction between the citizen of Flint and the Flint Police Department, that officer has on a body cam, and it needs to be an automatic punishment if that officer does not have it on? Please do something about that. And another thing, can you please have a public hearing to where we can get in here and get with these police and ease this police brutality before the weather returns to good? I see on the agenda, we're talking about salt. Why are we talking about salt in the wintertime? Let's get enough salt to where we can talk about salt again before wintertime. That way, when it starts snowing and this time of year, we ready to activate. Let's get ahead of something. Now, I was wondering why no one spoke up and said, do not opt in to this $600 million settlement. People who wanted to step up were scared. How you gonna have to get your own attorney? I'd rather get my own attorney and fight for something than settle for nothing. Because that's exactly what happened to the residents of Flint. We settled for nothing. And I hope when they open up those other categories and let those people know what they're going to be dispersed, that they don't feel like these people right now do. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Beverly Biggs Levy.
Nice shirt.
My name is Beverly Biggs Levy. Leon, you had the audacity to say I need to pay my restitution. How you know about what I need to pay? That's my question to you. You got in here an hour and a half late the last meeting we had. You wasn't here 10 minutes and your teller went off. And all of a sudden your house is on fire again. Come on, y'all. 3 fires in 2 weeks. This is what I have to say to you, Leon. Let me see if I got it cut up. Wait a minute.
You big dummy. You big dummy. You big dummy. You big cold-blooded dummy. You big dummy. See what you did? Oh, no, you big dummy. Oh, no, you big dummy. You dummy.
It's sad. You worried about everybody, what we saying and what we doing. But anybody with common sense know don't burn the same house 3 times. Not common sense. Then you beat on women's. I got the shirt on for you today. Good shirt for the whole house to see. Big dummy. Big dummy. I got 1 minute and 24 seconds. Big dummy. That's what you is, a big dummy. But when you were in court yesterday, you ain't had nothing to say. Nothing. You were trying to take this girl's mother to court. And the killing part is, you got a judge today, you got an attorney the day before. You put this out 2 weeks ago that you wanted to PPO on her. You got an attorney on Monday afternoon. Big dummy. Have a good day.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Claire McClinton.
Good afternoon, council. From the public speaking that we've had so far, Flint got some serious problems, and you all can't even pick a president. We got the issue of the water settlement. Residents are not happy, and I don't know how many times we have heard you say that you have nothing to do with the settlement, which is true. But I'm gonna tell you something else that's true. You can write a letter as a council to Judge Levy and see what can be done to correct this travesty of injustice toward residents, $1,000 for home repair, an insult and a slap in the face to residents. You are the voice of the people. Call the special master, write the judge. Number 2, the police brutality, which we've been dealing with, instigated from this council toward residents. No respect for residents. And then last but not least, the outrageous and inhumane situation about the apartment building with no water and no heat. That's on your shoulders, because guess who cut the water off? The city. What are y'all? The city council. Something needs to be done about that, because this is not the first incident in recent years. We had the Ballinger situation, Sussex some years ago. The people were steady paying their rent, and the city cut their water off because the landlord didn't pay their bills. Y'all can't invite the attorney to go across the street and put an injunction on that, sue the owners. And the last time we checked, the owners live in California. This is not new either. So when are you going to exercise your authorities to take care of the needs of the residents of this city and not try to gotcha with each other? We tired of that. We don't need that. So it's a challenge to you, because all of y'all gonna be running for city council again next year. If you don't, you'll be trying to run for something else, but you have no record to run on. And I'm speaking to the council as a whole, because you as a council, each council person is charged with solving problems, and you are a problem.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Douglas Banks.
Good afternoon, council people. Douglas Banks. I reside in the 7th Ward. I just want to say, don't have to say it, but I'm gonna say it. I watch this city pretty well. Matter of fact, I maneuver around the city pretty well. I know these streets pretty well. Majority of y'all councilmen up there, y'all doing an okay job. I'm gonna say that. For it's me seeing what I do see and what I'm able to do to help to kind of clean this city up a little bit. But what I want to say, whatever y'all doing now, take it to prayer and try to do way better than what y'all doing. Because I know a lot of people's in a lot of different wards, relatives, and some of the words coming out of their mouth, it ain't godly. I know that. But whatever y'all doing, just try to do the best y'all can, though. For real, though. If y'all can get some cameras out here. If y'all ain't doing nothing on the Saturday morning, you ain't got no appointment, probably, I say, give or take 6 a.m. to probably 9. Ride around in your ward and catch that person doing all that littering and dumping. And I guarantee you, y'all can help clean up a little bit. Y'all have eyes in your council. Don't just be in the council and you ain't looking. What good are you? So do the best you can, though. That's all I can say. Just do the best y'all can. Because ain't nobody perfect, but don't be worse than bad or worse. Just do what y'all can. Because there's some people out here talking. They mad, they upset. But I'm all right, though. I'm good. Y'all just do what y'all can and do the best y'all can. For real, though.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Arthur Woodson.
Guess I have to speak fast in 3 minutes. Let's talk about the Republicans who unilaterally took back Flint money. I'm not mad at them. I'm glad they did. Because the 501c3s and the pulpit pimps, the pastors, all of them got the money. Flint has not been made whole since the water crisis, but all these nonprofits got 6 figures that live outside of Flint got the money. And y'all gonna sit up here and they're gonna have y'all argue over something that they didn't give you. And today they saying that, hey, we don't have anything to help you. Well, where is all the money? The $94 million that came in, the $653 million that came in, the $650 something million with the Flint water lawsuit, the $79 million over here at Genesee County. And we can just keep going and going. The $100 million in wind fund. We done had over $2 billion in less than 20 years, and Flint looks like who done it and why. We sat back August the 20th, 2020. Me and Mayor Weaver used to beef all the time. And we sat back together. We said, we're gonna come together so that we can inform the people that this settlement sucks and don't sign it, opt out. We and the other activists. The lawyers told other activists not to say anything. Gretchen Whitmer sent an email to Chris Martin to incorporate all the other pulpit pimps and try to convince you to sign on. All we needed was 200 people to opt out. And they would have had to take it to court and we would have had more money. But see, here's the problem now. You signed, you opted in. Any lawsuits that come up later, you cannot receive a dime. You got a $1,000. Yo, reverse osmosis costs more than that. The water for over 11 years that you had to go get costs more than that. Your pipes that you had to fix cost more than that. Your child has been permanently damaged, went from A to E. Legionnaires killed part of your family members. Cancer is killing people right now. Kidney disease just got a report just now. We over the state by 3 times. And we sit back and laugh and joke around. And we still being poisoned. They still trying to say the water is safe. This water is not safe. It won't be safe. And the EPA won't say that it's safe because of the simple fact they still changing service lines. So they will not say that it's safe. So how can anyone else say that it's safe? But we sit here and listen to the misinformation that these people put out. And we put documents on Facebook. We put documents everywhere, and you will not listen to the people who's really trying to help you. I fight the people that I'm trying to help more than the people that's taken from them. And it's sad. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The final speaker for this meeting is Tanya Jones.
Good evening. I'm Tanya Jones, advocating for my son, DeMichael. I'm here to tell everybody, just make sure you vote. Number one, please vote. The officer, C. Jones, had went out to the house with my son when I found meth at the house, and she was very rude, and they took the drugs and left my son there. I was to the point like I just didn't care, just to get him in drug court. So they took the drugs and she was very rude when she came. So I understand, I know the history on that. Another thing, family services don't care about the people. My son right now, at first he was part of the opioid crisis, the meth. Now my son is smoking crack. My son is in the hospital right now. I would like to say on record that I'm thankful for Grand Blanc Police. This past weekend, he's admitted into the hospital, but my son is smoking crack. You can't trust the system. Y'all can't even trust family now. I'm standing up here, I'm advocating. Now I got out here and God had opened my eyes to so much things is broken. The people is broken. People that you think you can trust, you cannot trust. My son is 31 years old, part of the opioid crisis that y'all gave $150 to Leon. That's why I'm so passionate about why did you get $50,000 when people need that money that's addicted to opioid. I don't know you, but that's wrong. And you sit there and look at how you do Miss J. I'm a mama. I don't know you, but it's messed up. So if I can help her in any way or anybody need help, guess what? People help me along the way. Ken Scott helped me. My doctors helped me. Tanya Burns helped me. I done had so many people come along to help me, but you wrong. You wrong. I sit here and look up. If you look up, everybody is on the internet. You can follow and see who follows. It's like a little click. It's not about the people. It's about grant money. 1655, Miss Judy, it's condemned. Go help them people. If these people go homeless, we're going to be out there trying to save them, feed them, recommend. I'm out here, I'm not looking for nothing. I have a husband. Guess what? I'm nothing. It's the Christmas season. My son is messed up out here. Y'all don't care. Neely got his 5 votes. Stevie Wonder can see it. Everything's going to pass. I'm not dumb. He got his 5 votes. But the people matter. This is all I'm saying, y'all. The people matter. It's broken out here. And again, I want to tell y'all, thank you for Grand Blanc Police. And whatever you be talking about, Tanya Burns, would you please explain it to them and take it? Because I don't know. But the way Grand Blanc helped me, my son is right now in the hospital. And he getting the help he need. And it's going to be a long haul because when you're addicted to meth and these drugs I'm learning, it was already hard with me learning my son is autistic. He didn't get diagnosed because I'm a General Motors until he was 8 years old. So now this monkey on his back, I'm going to have to deal with that all his life. And God got me. So I hope God got y'all too. Have a good night.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You said that was the final public speaker, correct?
That's correct.
All right, it is now time for council response. Council members may respond once to all public speakers only after all speakers have spoken. An individual council member's response shall be limited to 2 minutes. Is there anyone who wishes to speak during council response? Councilwoman Burns, you have the floor.
Thank you. We only have 2 minutes. I will not be addressing everybody, but I am going to address the homelessness issue. because I had someone in my ward, I was called Saturday, that a person who was homeless died in the home with the fire on West Court Street. And it is a problem. And thank you to the Color of Law Coalition, one gentleman and ladies who put their own efforts in to get out there and do the work to help bridge the gap. I do want to speak about used to be Lake Shores, Village Shores. I want people to understand, they do not tell us when they condemn a property. There's no way unless someone calls us. They just do not. I was tagged in the Facebook, which stated that Village Shores had, there was no heat and that there were children that were in there. Around 12:30 a.m., I contacted St. Mark Missionary Baptist Church, Pastor Thompson. We took heaters to them. We took heaters and water and blankets to them at 12:30. An email was sent. So there are council members doing things on a Sunday night and a Saturday night, because with my phone rings, I'm answering it. And if I didn't have anybody to go with me, I would have went by myself. But I did have someone. I spoke to the people, and the conditions are egregious: bed bugs, sewage, broken pipes, and having the boiler cut off because it's radiant heating. A boiler system, sometimes when you cut it off, you can't cut it back on because of the sediment and the rust. And so the process is broken. The city attorney was contacted. The building and permits, our public health official was contacted to help get them resources. So things are being done. I'm not the mayor or the administration, but it's my job to send the email, call them and contact them. And I did that and went beyond and contacted some of my associates. We took them heaters, and it is broken, and we got to do more work.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response? Councilwoman in the 5th Ward, you have the floor.
I got something to say. I'm sitting here. First, I would like to thank the residents for being engaged in the process. I'm sitting here and it is just so much. I feel like crying. I want to say, in reference to the water crisis settlement, I was one council member that voted no for the city to go into the settlement because I felt like we should have taken it to trial. We should have. Why is it that we should always settle? Now, I want people to go back, and I want you to look at the chain of events leading up to the water crisis settlement, okay? Now, former Mayor Weaver never would have signed that settlement for $600 million. Your mayor sat down with the governor, and they came up with that water crisis settlement figure. Now, you know, $600 million is not enough to take care of this city. I'm glad that the homeowners got $1,000 because I didn't think you all were gonna get even $1,000 after I calculated it. But the thing about it, I was one that was out telling people to opt out of that settlement. We needed people to opt out so that we could take it to trial. I'm just so sorry, but that's it.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 3rd Ward, you have the floor.
Again, sorry about the people that are in the apartments that are being affected about homelessness and no heat. I also wanted to address the young man who got up here. I did notice I came down a street of mine, and I'm always out. I am a complainer. I do be out at 6 in the morning, 7 in the morning, 8, 9, and I'm always in my ward looking at things that can be done. I did notice that it was some trash that I did complain about, and it got picked up. So your work is not being unnoticed. I do notice, and I do thank you about that. And I was like, wow, I back, like, wow, they picked up this trash. So again, thank you for the public who's getting up and speaking. And if anything that we can help you with, please let me know. And Merry Christmas to all.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the second ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. Just want to touch briefly about the Village Shores apartment. This was the same apartment complex that I made reference to at the last meeting. Stated that they were being put out 2 days after Christmas. And thankfully, our Office of Public Health jumped in action as soon as she was notified, because they did not reach out to the city of Flint. However, Sheriff Swanson and his community cares team, and that also involved Brother Jaleel, and also I know Cynthia Haynes, they went and they immediately jumped into action. And so, and also some individuals from my community college, because we know that they had some students out there as well. So it's a lot of people that had boots on the ground that's been working in silence to make sure that things happen. So I'd like to definitely commend those individuals and thank Ms. Ward for her leadership and a lot of things that she's doing behind the scenes, and also any other council person that may have went over there to help. Understanding that that is in the 9th ward and not in our ward, we would just like to continue to encourage the residents to, if you see something, say something. Just don't sit in substandard conditions. And also, this is a call for this body to put together more aggressive ordinances, because we can blame the city, but what we know is true is that we suffer from poor landlords and poor property management. And when you have poor landlords and poor property management, you get people living in these condemnable conditions, and then we are here. And so we need to utilize our political capital to put together an ordinance or a series of them to ensure that this never happens again, because no one should be forced to live in the cold. No one should be forced to live with bed bug infestation. No one should be forced to be put out of what they call home 2 days after Christmas. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilman in the 9th ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. As councilman of the 9th ward, the ward that houses or holds the complex that is having issues, that has issues, I want to thank those community activists that jumped into action. I want to thank my council colleagues that have been of assistance in addressing the concerns. I want to thank in advance the administration for what is to be done to help to bring about resolve in this matter. And I would agree with my colleague that there is work that we can do and need to do as a council in aggressively looking at ordinances and such to see how we can, how and what we can put in place that would help to address some of the issues that have come up that seemingly have been skirted or avoided. So I just want to take this time to, again, thank those that have been, as was said, boots on the ground, and to express my concern and the fact that all parties involved are in my prayers. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response? Seeing as how there's no one else who wishes to speak during council response, I will go ahead and take my time. I do want to first say, for the residents of Village Shores, I agree with all of my colleagues in the fact that, one, like Councilwoman Burns said, we are not told when properties are condemned. We're not told when people are still living in said condemned properties. We don't know that unless someone brings it to our attention. It's not something that we are automatically informed of, unless it's a property that we were reporting or knew about. But other than that, we are not made aware of that. Councilman in the 9th ward, you have my full support. I will lend my help for you however I can. As it relates to the Flint water crisis settlement, I have said from the beginning that there was no need for residents to have lawyers. There was no reason for us to have to prove we were poisoned. There was no reason for anyone to have to prove any claims. It makes no sense that lawyers were given $200 million before residents were given a dime. It makes no sense that lawyers will now have access to interest when, again, residents, maybe someone has finally gotten some money, I don't know, but again, that we live here, we invested in here, people own homes here, and to say you only get $1,000 while lawyers get access to interest that could go to residents, it's not acceptable. I don't agree with it. I voiced the fact that I didn't agree with how any of this was handled. $600 million, a judge should have easily just come in and residents, that money should have been dispersed among residents. We didn't need lawyers to come in and us to have to prove that we were poisoned. Everyone knew what happened here. So it's been handled wrong from the beginning. I believe Rich Jones made a comment about police officers and body cams. I do believe that police officers should have on body cams because it is a protection both ways. It is a protection for the residents. It is a protection for the officers. It is so that while you might get one story from one person and one story from another, that camera footage will not lie. So I am in agreement that the police officers do need to wear body cams. With that, that is my time. And we will move into our first discussion item. Our special order discussion item is 250420-T, which is the discussion item for the sign language interpreter. I believe we have 10 minutes on this discussion item, and if we need more, we will go ahead and vote for more. This item was bought by myself. I do want to clear up something. Ms. Houston, last week, we had a council person who I think we had been sitting here for a while, so they had adjourned the meeting. The time hasn't started yet. So they had adjourned the meeting without realizing that there were several discussion items, not just the one on sign language interpretation. This is most certainly important to every council member up here. We've said that. And I do agree that this is moving slowly. The reason that I made the statement, well, you are here tonight, so you will get to hear the discussion, is simply because I know that this is something that's important to you. I agree you do not need to be present, but I am happy that you are present. We will go ahead and start our discussion item. Madam Clerk, I do believe you have some updates.
So the council asks for information specific to providing sign language interpreters for the meetings. So just in general, well, first of all, as I mentioned before when this was discussed, right now in your budget is fairly static. There isn't a lot of accounts for leeway. You have a professional services line item where this type of service would typically come from. That professional services line item right now has just under $350,000, which is the amount set aside for the audit. And again, as I mentioned prior, your audit went over last year by at least an additional $60,000. So, and I would imagine that you're going to be paying some extra charges for that. So one of the first things that the council is going to need to do is find where within your budget where you would want to take this money or make some sort of budget amendment, because right now you do not have money in your budget for sign language interpreters. Now, having said that, just reaching out in general, there's a...
Please pause the time. Excuse me, Mr. Peachy. We're trying to hold a meeting, and everything you're saying, we can hear loud and clear up here. You have a good year. Go ahead.
The council body will have to decide exactly how they want to address these concerns and what services they want to provide. So if you want to provide sign language interpreters, you need to determine which meetings you want to provide those for. Right now, you average 50 meetings a year if you include committees, 24 regular meetings. You also have on average 10 special meetings a year. And then you also have your departmental budget hearings. Your meetings average 3 to 4 hours each meeting. So it is possible to basically book services in advance with you have your annual calendar. So if you decide that you wanted to just do the regular meetings, for example. Communications Access Center is one of the main providers in this community. They ask for 2 to 3 weeks notice. They charge a rate, standard 2-hour meeting. Your meetings definitely go over 2 hours. And then they charge hourly rates up until 6 p.m. and then after 6 p.m. So what I did was just figure out hourly rate after 6 p.m. It would be $80 per hour for each interpreter. You would need 2 interpreters for every meeting, so that's $160 an hour. And if your meetings average 4 hours, that's $640 per meeting. If you only did it for your regular council meetings, that is just over $15,000 a year. Now, again, the council needs to vote as a body what it is, the services they want to provide. When I spoke about this before, I mentioned also the Open Meetings Act speaks to providing services to individuals who request it, and it's on a case-by-case basis. So in your meeting room, if someone asks for accommodations, they would request those in a timely manner, and we would try to bring a sign language interpreter in for the meeting that they would be asking for. But what you're talking about is something broader, to have it in general for every meeting. So I'm thinking the idea is that, because right now you're broadcast on YouTube, internally, again, I have not had requests directly for accommodations in the meeting room. If you wanted to have sign language interpreters, that would then do every meeting that would be broadcast on YouTube in conjunction with what you're doing, you would definitely have to have a technology upgrade, because as was noted, the special meeting that the mayor had recently, the State of the City address, where there were interpreters, but no one could see the interpreters because the cameras were too far back. So you have to have equipment that would allow for a picture within a picture, and cameras that could stay on that individual in addition to everyone else in the meeting. So there would need to be upgrades to do that. So the budget for that is something that I could probably work on through other funding. But again, the council needs to vote if that's what the body is ultimately trying to do. So yeah, the body needs to decide which meetings they want to do this for, where that funding is going to come from, and how they want to do it, if it's still for the meetings in the room, or if they're trying to do this as a part of their broadcast.
Madam Clerk, if I heard you correctly, you said 15,000 a year for 50 meetings?
I'm sorry, no, that's just if you only did regular meetings. If you did all of your meetings, your regularly scheduled meetings only, that's going to average about 32,000. That does not include any special meetings or your departmental budget hearings. And that is if the meetings last 4 hours. Right now, your meetings average about 4 hours.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone who has any questions? Madam Clerk, I would ask that this information be emailed to all of us so that we can make a decision as a body as to how to move forward. And I also heard that where you said that we have to figure out in our own budget, like where it would come from, because we were already over for an audit.
Correct. Your budget is pretty much salaries. You know, the publishing, printing, just standard. There is really no other funds available except for the professional services line item.
Right, we generally, once the administration submits their budget, we generally don't get any money really put in our budget. We understand that. So, is there anyone who has any, any questions?
I have,
The
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the second ward.
Thank you. So my question is, knowing that we do have a deaf community here as well as a blind community here, so have we had anyone that has been hard of hearing come to the meeting? Madam Clerk, so how many calls have you received about these accommodations at every meeting?
For me, as the clerk, for accommodations, I have received 2. One was a request that you remove the dividers because the individual was watching the meetings and they said they could not see, and they would read your lips and they could not see. And the other request came for a special meeting. In particular, that person made a request to attend a special meeting. They wanted a sign language interpreter. Special meetings are called with 24 hours notice. So the notice, when they gave me notification, it was basically about 36 hours before the meeting. So accommodations weren't able to be made in time for that request. Other than that, I haven't had any direct requests for accommodations for sign language interpreters.
Okay, so in what time period? Is that just over a year since we've been on this body? Because I remember that I was working with Linda Bell with at my meetings, at my community meetings, because we had someone from the deaf and hard hearing community express they wanted to attend. And so my question is, so how many have you received have this year? Has it been those 2, or has this been since you've been head clerk?
This is since I've been the clerk.
Okay,
So the last 2-3 years.
Okay, so 2 requests over, you said 2 to 3 years. All right, and so I know that you've been serving as deputy clerk. So what about those requests since then?
I wasn't aware of any if they were received by the previous clerk, but I would imagine that I would have been made aware because I probably would have made those arrangements. So there haven't, that I'm aware of, there weren't any direct 2-hour notices. And I will add that, you know, we only recently, well, I won't say recently, in the last maybe 5 years, had a special email address set up, but normally they would just contact the clerk.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Did you want to speak?
Yeah, I had a few questions.
Can you put a motion on the floor for 5 more minutes?
Madam Chair, I'd like to put a motion on the floor to add 5 minutes to the discussion.
Is there support? Support. Moved and properly supported by the councilwoman in the 4th ward. We will add 5 more minutes to this time. Councilwoman in the second, we do need to vote. That's right. Roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamy? Yes. Vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. We have 5 more minutes in discussion. Councilwoman in the 2nd ward, were you wrapped?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so hearing that accommodations can be made upon request, and during her tenure here, she received between 2 to 3 requests. That's something for the body to take into consideration. And my other question is, through you, Madam Chair, to the clerk. YouTube, does YouTube provide closed captioning at home?
YouTube does the closed captioning generally within 24 to 48 hours after the meetings have been uploaded. They do not provide closed captioning during the live broadcast. However, I am in the process of upgrading our system so that it's an option that I'm looking at, to have a company that can provide live captioning, as well as go back and edit the closed captioning. And again, the law is changing in April so that closed captioning has to be 90% accurate. So that is in the works. But right now, YouTube, it's not on the live broadcast, but it is on the rebroadcast at a later time, usually within 24 hours.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilman in the Ninth Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, to the clerk. I heard a couple of different numbers, and I want to make sure I'm clear. I heard a $16,000 figure, or 15, I'm sorry. That was for 24 regular council meetings at 4 hours per meeting? Is that what that estimate was?
That's correct.
Okay. And did I also hear a $30,000 figure? 32. What was that for?
That's for all of your regularly scheduled meetings. That does not include any special meetings or your departmental budget hearings.
Okay. What was the 15 was for regular meetings?
Regular council meetings. A lot of, I
That
won't
would
say
be
a lot,
that would
but
be 24 meetings, right?
right, you average 24 meetings a year.
Okay. And then the other question I had, is there more than one agency that can provide this service? Or,
I'm sorry.
go ahead.
Yes, I reached out to one of the larger ones because just for availability, because again, depending on how you want to do it, I could give them your schedule for the year and they could plan to have somebody ready for those meetings. Because you're going to have 2 interpreters every meeting.
Right. So,
And also, I'm sorry to mention too, these are estimates. If your meetings go over, it's going to cost more.
right. So we'd be
And-
paying by the hour.
Right.
I sort
and
of
then
get that.
There's like a minimum. If you don't have a quorum or something, you would still have to pay some dollar amount.
Is there a standard or licensure that has to be maintained for those that would interpret as far as the organization itself?
Yes. So all the sign language interpreters that would be used would have to be licensed.
Okay.
So
An organization or an individual?
I would imagine individuals or organizations, as long as they have a current license.
Point of information, the individual.
What is your
interpreter-
point?
Excuse me, the individual interpreter is the one who are certified.
Okay. Okay. So is it possible that we would even maybe want to issue an RFP or something, some kind of announcement that we would be looking for an interpreter and sort of put it out to a bid type thing?
I believe you would want to find the money in the budget first.
Okay. Well, I'm just trying to think today and
Right.
tomorrow. Okay.
And then it would just depend on the amount that you were wanting to expend.
Okay. Thank you. I yield.
Is there anyone else who would like the floor at this time? Seeing as how there's no one else, Madam Clerk, I would like to make the request that this information get sent to the body so that we can, at the very least, because this is our last meeting of this year, so we can at least start the next year off correct so that we can make sure that we're reaching all residents. This now closes out this special order, this discussion item. Moving on to our special order, which is 250430-T, which is the special order for Catholic Charities. Special order as requested by Council President Lewis for a 15-minute presentation from Catholic Charities. If we could please have the representative from Catholic Charities join us now at the lectern. Before we start the time, Dr. Lewis, is there anything that you would like to add to this?
Catholic Charities, they reached out about their food insecurities and resource insecurities because they specifically deal with our homeless population downtown. So they service City of Flint residents, people that are residing in the City of Flint downtown. There's no qualm about who they serve. And so they serve a lot of people, and it's been an influx of people that they serve. And just like our other food centers, they are running short. And so Ms. Baxter, and they reached out because they wanted to have a conversation and provide us some facts and figures to see what kind of support that we can offer them as they take care of our residents. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that, Dr. Lewis. As always, we will start with the 15 minutes. I don't know if your presentation is going to be a full 15 minutes. Feel no pressure, because if we have extra questions, I'm sure we will add more rounds. Please start our time. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and the rest of the Flint City Council. I appreciate that. So I'm here to talk about the Sacred Heart Veteran Village or the food insecurities. Are we talking about the food insecurity?
Yeah. Well, on this agenda, I see that it is for the Veterans Village,
Yes.
Sacred Heart Village.
Okay.
But I know you reached out about the food insecurity, so can we speak to, can you speak to, yes, first speak to what's on the resolution, because that's what we have on the floor tonight. And then
Okay.
we go to food insecurities.
Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate that clarification. So I'm here to give an update about Sacred Heart Veteran Village. Many of you know about that, and the Flint City Council has been a good support for us. The Sacred Heart Veteran Village is active right now. We built the main center, Sacred Heart Veteran Resource Center, which services veterans, and that is currently open right now. And we have groups and things like PTSD support groups and some different social events. And we now have partnered with Genesee Health System to start behavioral health services for veterans to kind of address anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorder, substance use disorder, things like that that veterans are struggling with that cause them to be unhoused. So we're pleased about that. If you'll recall, the first phase of our project was a 5,000 square foot Sacred Heart Veteran Resource Center that I mentioned, as well as the first 4 bungalows. And the first 4 bungalows are 300 square foot homes for on-house veterans to have a place to live while they got back on their feet and received all the case management and behavioral health and financial literacy and all the kinds of things they need to get back on their feet and be independent and eventually have their own place. So the original plan was the students at Genesee Career Institute and Grand Blanc High School would build the homes. That was an opportunity for the students to get involved and to learn their trade, and also for us to offset our cost on labor. But the reality is due to lots of challenges, regulations, and permitting and different kinds of things, there were delays in that process so that the students were not able to complete all the labor on the homes. So it did require us to reach out and get a contractor for additional cost. So we did talk with Mayor Neely and talk about some support to help us with offset those costs, which were about $80,000. And that involved finishing all the homes, the shower, the tiling, all the flooring, the porches that go over top and around the homes, and so forth. So that was our request, and so that's why I'm here to ask for support so that we could get the support to finish those homes. We are working on the homes, and we did get our contractor, but we still need to make good on those costs. And we are very excited because it has been a big challenge and a lot of things that we faced, but we are very close to finishing the homes. And our date with our contractor is looking at like mid-January, which would allow us to get the first 4 on-house veterans safely housed in those 4 homes.
All right, thank you. So now we want to transfer over to the food support. And so
certainly.
Go ahead.
Well, thank you very much for that. Catholic Charities, as you know, has been around for over 80 years in the community doing lots of different things. And for many years, we have meal programs and other programs. And we serve about 300 meals a day in the city of Flint at North End Soup Kitchen, as well as Center for Hope. 2 meals at North End Soup Kitchen and 1 at Center for Hope. We also have free showers and laundry services for individuals who need that support. This year, our warming center, we have the lower level cafeteria that we've used in past years, but we also opened the second level, which is our community closet for overnight services for men to stay. So we have occupancy for up to 98 men to stay there at night. And so that's what we're doing this year. And it's a great blessing, and we're happy to be able to help. Over the years, the cost of helping individuals provide these services has really increased. What we notice is that a lot of the grants that we apply for and get, we're very grateful and appreciative of, but the grants are kind of stable, but the cost of our food has increased, the cost of our utilities, staffing, security, all of those overhead and all those kinds of costs have really increased. So it's led us to be kind of challenged, but we want to continue to do this. It is important to have these services for the community. We don't want people to be hungry. We don't want people to be cold during the winter months. So it's very important. So I did reach out to Ms. Lewis and tell her about our concerns and our needs and request some support from the city of Flint.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Baxter. And so thank you also to Councilwoman Johnson for your support with this and supporting this, because this is the third ward. So I would like to give the floor to you, Madam Chair, to see if the colleagues have any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from any of the council members?
Madam Chair,
Councilman in the 9th Ward.
thank you. Through you to the speaker. Good evening.
Good evening.
So the Sacred Heart Project, does it serve only veterans or other persons as well?
The Sacred Heart Veteran Village is for veterans.
Okay.
So across the street, we have our North End Soup Kitchen, and that serves everyone in Soda Center for Hope. But Sacred Heart Veteran Village is specifically for veterans in Flint and Genesee County and surrounding areas.
And that's the small, the tiny home project?
That's
the
correct.
construction. Okay. How many homes total within the project?
The total project will be 26 homes.
Okay.
And the idea, Mr. Jarrett, is for veterans to participate in the programming and get all the support they need to get their benefits in place and get their mental health and stabilized and learn the skills or the job or the employment or whatever they need, so that eventually they will move out and have their own home or an apartment. So it's about an 18 months to 2-year plan. So a veteran would stay there and get stabilized, and then more veterans would move in.
Okay. So you made reference to speaking with the mayor and there being a $80,000 request. That $80,000 request will complete how many homes?
Well, that will complete all of the construction on the 4 homes. That's not the total cost of the homes, but that will help offset the cost of the labor cost on the homes.
So this 80,000, those 4 homes that are in progress now, after this $80,000, they will be both physically complete and the cost for those homes would have been satisfied.
Yes, the cost for those homes would be satisfied, yes.
And they will be complete and ready to go, did you say in January or?
Yes, it's our goal. Our contractor has said mid-January is a goal. If everything goes well and occupancy and all the permits to be finalized go through, that we look like, and there's some weather aspects, but our goal is mid-January, which would allow us to move in veterans who have the need now. We have several veterans on our waiting list who are hoping to be able to move into those homes.
Okay. And could you state the site address?
The site address is 734 East Stewart Street.
Thank you. I yield.
Yes.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during this special order?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello.
So Your capacity is 98 for, is it City of Hope for the warming center?
Yes.
Are you reaching your capacity now?
Not now. We've been open since the 1st of December, and we've averaged between 40 and 50 individuals coming to stay with us. So far, we're doing well, and we'll continue to see how things go. December's a little bit of a slower month for us, typically in the warming center. January and February are higher months, but December and March are a little bit lower. But so far, we've had sufficient capacity, and things have gone well.
Yeah, I think that a lot of the people, because the homeless are really around everywhere in places that I've learned that a lot of them will live in abandoned structures where there's a grocery store because they use the dumpster as their food source.
Yeah.
And that is
Very sad.
literally in my neighborhood where people are living in abandoned homes in there, and they're setting them on fire. They're setting the mattresses on fire. In the wood, they take the wood off of the windows in the doors, and they burn it for heat. So I guess I had called your center to get a tour. I believe you.
Oh, yes.
That was me. You guys had, I believe you do the laundry, laundry, and then also some of the other things which are essential. But my other question is, what is your estimated number? Because no one really, when we see the people, they sleep at the churches, literally in the church doorways, all the way around. If you ride around late at night, you'll see them sleeping in the doorways, tucked in of the businesses at night, the churches, and not just on Saginaw Street, but they're everywhere, the homeless are. And it's just safer for them to be in your facility.
Yes.
And I think I know it didn't open up to December the 1st, but our weather was colder before then. We had freezing.
Yes.
So my question would be, how many homeless people do you know? What would be your estimate of homeless?
Well, I think there's realistically several hundred individuals who are on house at any given time in the city of Flint. If you consider our shelter beds, as well as our warming center, as well as individuals who don't stay in a warming center or a shelter. So I would say it's safe to say several hundred.
Yeah, and I think so too. I would agree with that number because there's different type of homelessness, sleeping on the couch, not having a home insecurity, or going house to house. People sleeping and they are sleeping in abandoned buildings that we drive by. If you, I hate to say Google, I hate to say it, but if you put for homeless population for Flint, it'll give you Flint and Genesee County, and it gives you the number of approximately 4,000 people. That's a big number. That's a huge number that we need to be actively changing this. So I'm going to contact you because I commend you on the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
But I don't know if you have any type of flyers
Yes.
to let people know that the warming centers are open that we can
Yes.
pass out. I will make sure that we pack them in the backpacks for the Color of Law Coalition, because people walk these streets at night. They walk all night and they're cold.
Yes.
And they don't know. I know your center closes, you have to be in by 7, but they need the information to know when to get there. And there are people who have literally said, I can't get there because my feet are frozen.
Yeah,
So
that's terrible.
there's some things we need to do with connecting, with getting them bus passes, and even some transportation. So thank you.
Thank you. And we'd love to have you come again and see what we do. And if you have any questions, we'd love to answer those. And yes, we can give you flyers. I do have some flyers here about our services, shower services and laundry, but also the warming center information. I can send that to you.
Can you email it? I guess the clerk before, if you have it there, where you could, shoot us an email. I can get that to you before you leave. I'm going to yield the floor because we may need more time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this discussion item?
Madam Chair,
Councilman in the first ward, you have the floor.
through you to the speaker, Can you speak a little bit more about the food program you guys offer? How many people that feeds? How often do you carry those duties out and things like that?
Yeah, certainly. We have two different hot meal programs. So at Center for Hope, we have hot meals every day at lunchtime. During the warming center, we also feed individuals who stay at the warming center for breakfast and dinner as well. And then at North and Soup Kitchen, 365 days of the year, we have lunch and dinner and one meal on Sunday. And that's 365 days of the year, holidays or whatever. We also have a sandwich program where we provide 750. Okay. We provide 750 sandwiches per week, and those are to help with our partners, My Brother's Keeper and Street Outreach, who go to people who are, on the street and are homeless and pass out sandwiches and things, as well as the South End Soup Kitchen.
Madam Chair, I'd like to add an
Councilwoman
additional
Priestley?
10, make motion to add 10 more minutes. to this.
There's a motion on the floor by the councilwoman in the fourth ward to add 10 more minutes. Is there support?
Support.
Moved and properly supported by the councilman in the first ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. We have an additional 10 minutes. Councilman Alameen, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. Also, can you currently state where you guys are at with the food program and how much support you guys will need to really get you kind of going again and continue this good gesture you guys are doing?
I appreciate that. I want to let you know, I did bring some information about our food program and all the services at Center for Hope, as well as North End Soup Kitchen, our budgets for those programs. For Center for Hope, that is, again, all of our meal programs, our warming center services, our shower, our laundry services, and all the clothings and things like that. We distribute, last year, when we look at clothing and things like that, we distributed 63,000 personal and household items and 553,000 clothing items. So our cost to operate those services is just over $1 million. And our income on our grants this past year is $695,000. That left us with a deficit of that program of $355,000 to operate those services. We regularly look for different grants and private donors and ask for donations and things like that, but that is always a challenge to meet that deficit.
So in 2026, what would you say would be the acts to the city to review and potentially try to support you guys to make up this $355,000 gap?
Yes, that would be our request, as much as the city is able to provide help. Again, we work diligently on other ways of raising funds, and we do that regularly. But if the city is able to provide that support, that would be a tremendous blessing for the $355,000.
Thank you. I yield.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during this discussion item? Councilwoman Winfrey Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question as far as the Sacred Heart Village. How many, so you said in all you guys are gonna have 26 houses. So when are you gonna get started on the rest of the houses that you plan to build?
The goal is to finish our fundraising, and as soon as we finish that, all of the cost of the services and finish the construction, which we're getting close, then we would start on the second phase of the project.
Okay, so how many phases do you have?
Well, the second phase is the rest of the homes, the 22 homes. But we do plan to build in increments. They are in pods, and I do have some brochures if you'd like to see, but in pods of 4. And our plan is to, as we raise the money, to build a pod at a time as we're able to do that.
Okay, okay. Yeah, can you make sure that we get a copy of your plans?
Yes, I can provide.
Where will they be located? Isn't it enough? Are they gonna all be located right there in that area?
Yes, yes, our site plans have already been created by Rowe, our civil engineering. So we have plans for all of the 26 homes.
Okay.
So the first pod is directly kind of south of the Veteran Resource Center. And then the rest of them will be on the west side.
Okay.
Yes.
I guess I was just trying to figure out, is it enough space back there? But I guess it is.
There is.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who,
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward?
So some of my questions, I've get along the problems with the city and getting things passed with the building codes and stuff. Has that all been resolved? Will those be able to follow through? Or are you going to do you anticipate any additional problems down the future? Because we want to minimize that, because I know that adds a lot of cost to your project, and we want to minimize that. I've got ideas in my head that I'm working with, discussing throughout the county on adding additional housing and how we can save some of those costs so that projects can be done and less expensive.
I appreciate that. And yes, it has been a challenge. And I do think part of it is some of the codes are a challenge. And also, this is a very unique project. So I think that's been part of that. That's been unique, but we're hoping to kind of pave the way, this PUD project, so that other organizations could possibly create similar projects to help unhoused individuals. So I think we've made some progress, and we hope, I would say that the city's worked hard to help us through that, but it is very complicated. And of course, you have many different departments when it comes to approval and occupancy, but we've worked right alongside, and, we get through, there's one hurdle and we work through it and we get through it. So I appreciate you saying that.
And I'm assuming that some of the difficulties are because these are tiny homes.
Yes.
And it had some issues with some of our zoning and things like of that nature. So we need to take some looks at that, because I think that as more homeless solutions are found, that the tiny homes seem to be the way to go. I know I watch a lot of the tiny home shows on TV, so I'm always fascinated by them, how they fit everything in, and we want to make sure that our unhoused people can find something safe and warm, and so that they're protected. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Wishes to speak during this discussion item?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward.
All right, so Ms. Thatcher, I just want to give you the opportunity to state anything that you think is pertinent for the council to know as we make our decision about the 80,000 for the homes, and then as we bring forth another resolution for the food and resource support. So anything else that you would like to share?
Yes, I just want to add to Ms. Priestley, what some of the things you had said were very insightful. I want to say that this Sacred Heart Veteran Village is a totally unique project. It's the first of its kind in Michigan, and it has potential for significant impact. We have started with veterans, but it doesn't just have to be veterans, because there are many individuals who can be part of vulnerable populations that could benefit from the supportive needs for people to get back on their feet, because people want to be independent and they want to have their own place to live. And so a lot of times people need support to be successful in that area. So I really appreciate that. And I do want to speak to the zoning of the smaller homes because I think that's a real challenge. Many people do want, their goal is to own their own home, but they're not able to necessarily start with a large home or something like that. But possibly they could start with smaller homes and that may suffice. And maybe they may even grow into something, larger when they need that. But I think that's a real, those are all unique landscape plans that we need to consider so that many people have the opportunity to live independently and have their own place to live. Thank you. As far as our other services, I just want to say thank you so much for the support from the city of Flint. It is really important that we continue the work that we do. I want to note that this Christmas, with the help of community partners, we're able to provide toys and gifts for 1,287 children in the community. So it's quite a blessing for individuals who are not fortunate enough to have a presence for their children. So that's quite a blessing. And the Center for Hope continues to be really a beacon for anybody who has needs. Somebody can come to the Center for Hope and go upstairs to Hamilton, and whether you have no insurance or you have Medicaid or some other insurance, you can receive integrated physical health care. You could go downstairs and have lunch, and if you need a coat or boots or those kinds of things, some kind of clothing item, you can get that. If you need shampoo or you need personal need items or diapers for your babies, all of those things can be found at Center for Hope. So these are just really essential services for our community. So we're grateful to any support that the city can provide.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Baxter.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much for joining us and for your presentation. At this time, this will close out Special Order 250430-T. Moving on to discussion item 250431-T, which is the discussion item for an administrative update for the water testing 34 through 3600 blocks of Brownell Boulevard. I believe City Administrator Edwards. And this discussion item, as he is on his way here, is requested by Council President Lewis for an update from the administration concerning water testing within 34 to 3600 blocks of Brownell Boulevard. Before we start his time, Council President, is there anything that you would like to start with?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Edwards, just would like an update on the status of getting these homes tested per the council.
Yes, from the prior meeting where I was here.
All right, we'll go ahead and start his time.
Oh.
Yep.
Ready? Okay. Yes, from the previous time that I was here, the request was about determining the number of homes or addresses affected in that area. And we did find out there were 14 active accounts that would be affected. As we had discussed in that previous meeting, it was about the possibility of finding a testing vendor who would not be government related. And so we did, I worked with purchasing, and what happened is they found 3 vendors, but subsequently we learned that all of them used the state to test the water. So at this time, we're still seeking an independent vendor. And one of the criteria, I know Councilman Pfeiffer mentioned that if we could stay away from a bid process, that, we should try to do that. So, but subsequently right now, we only found 3 vendors that were on the vendor list that already approved state vendors, but all of them use state resources to test the water. So
now when you say state resources, you mean like the state lab?
Yes, they send all their materials to the state testing lab.
Have we reached out to like Brighton Analytical or someone like that tests in-house in their laboratory?
no, if they're not on the list,
I got you.
remember, it was about not bidding. And if we're not going to bid, then they got to be on the approved governmental list.
Understood. That,
Okay, so I'll go ahead and pass the floor to the other colleagues.
all right, is there anyone on the council who has any questions? Councilwoman,
Yes.
Councilwoman in 6.
Thank you. Mr. Edwards.
Yes.
So Mr. Dungy, you said, I thought he was going to be here tonight because he had stated that there was some testing before, and I wanted to hear what he had stated. Maybe he can send us an email of what his prior testing, because you stated he had been in this area before.
Yes, yes, I did receive some documents, and I believe, I don't have them right up in my hand right now, but I believe they talked about from May of 2024 that area had been tested at that time. But he can elaborate if you need him to discuss more on that
Is he here?
subject.
He's
No,
not here.
No, he's
Okay.
not here tonight.
Yeah, so maybe for our next update,
Yes.
if we can have him here so that he can explain, what were the results, what were his findings in May, and then how do we get to the process of finding an independent company? Is it something we can, if the samples are collected, can we send them out of state? I mean, what? Okay. So why are we
Because Dennis was trying to stay away from the bid process, but like, for instance, the lab I just mentioned to him, they are not far from here, they test themselves, but they're not on their list.
Not certified as a part of the governmental approved list of vendors. Because on that list, we don't have to worry about
Yeah.
going through the bid process.
Okay, so I guess this the only, yeah. So I guess we don't have any choice but to send it for a bid, out for bid.
If we want to stay independent of government sources, yes.
Yeah. I mean, people don't trust government in Flint. I mean, they don't. They have a good reason for water. If no other city does, Flint does. Because for 18 months, people drank the water and it was every color of tan, brown, rust, a little yellow. And people said it was, they were told it was okay. And residents were failed at every single level. So definitely, we need to put it out to bid because people deserve to know. These residents, we know that now as they receive those hefty checks that they anticipated getting, that at least at this point, and I'm making light on because it is bringing attention that you cannot replace what some have lost, which is the loss of life. And those minuscule checks are terrible. They're terrible. And we still have people saying today, I don't trust the water. I don't trust the water. Or people, I know they say with the hydrants, it's the rust coming out, but you have the smell in the water. People are still saying I can clean my toilet every day, people will say in some areas, and my area over there, and I'll still get a ring of sediment in the toilet, and I clean my toilet every day. So what's coming through for the water is a big question. And those black filters, they were jet black. They weren't a little black, they were jet black filters.
Yeah, like you, sir.
And
RL, stop yelling out.
And we need to, at this point, it's sad, we should even have to ask. At this point, it should have just been done. That when it's a water issue, someone makes a complaint, we should be on it expeditiously to take care of it. And the fact that Mr. Fields and other people are still complaining legitimately, and this is just down to the 3600 block. We go all the way down to the 4200 block, down to Stewart. We have got 5 people who have, I think 5 died in that block. And that's very serious. That 4200 block is just as dangerous. And we know as much as Arthur Woodson comes, his aunt, his cousin. We have the gentleman that lived on the corner. He had an aggressive cancer on the corner of Stewart and Brownell, and there were two others. So when we talk about this, I think we owe it to the people to be transparent. And when we're transparent, we're letting them know we don't have to ask them. They don't have to ask us, well, are you telling us the truth? You know, when we're transparent and going along the way, we're showing that we're operating in integrity and honesty. And we need to get this done. So we need to put this out for be it independent. And I don't see any, if it has to be on that approved list, then we need to put it out to be it for it to be independent. Because there is a problem. And we know that as people get these checks, we know that people are now being diagnosed at a higher rate in these areas. And I don't know if it's just because of communication. I don't know, but we know that there was more than lead in that water that was untreated or wasn't treated properly. We know that people lied. We know that people suppressed it. We know that no one went to prison for it. We know that no one was held accountable for it. And it should not be bottlenecked right in our council chambers at this point when they have said the water crisis, it's a celebratory moment. The water crisis is over. We now know that the Republicans stated, the water crisis is over. Why are we giving Flint any more money? And it's not over. We don't have every service line replaced. People still don't trust the water. Water come out some of their faucets. It is not clear. And some of it smells. So I don't know what process, I'm gonna leave it on, we need to extend it, but it's sad, it's a sad day that coming up in 26, what it'll be 12 years, we're still discussing water. We're still discussing water, and it was not, Benton Harbor, their service lines have been repaired. Every place after Flint has been completed, but Flint has not. Those, I want people to understand, those filters were jet black. Mr. Fields I believe he's a master plumber. So he understands. So I'm gonna yield the floor so we can.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak? If you want, we can make a motion for more time. If there's anyone else who would like to speak.
So, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the second ward.
All right, so just want to be clear. So do we need to just verbally tell him that he needs to do outside, put a bid out? Or do we need to put a resolution for to make sure it gets done?
So as a body, are we interested in the bid process? It's something very simple we can all figure out right now.
We don't have a choice.
Yeah. So Administrator Edwards, how would you like for us to get that to you? Do you want us to introduce a resolution, or is us verbally telling you we would like to do that enough?
I think you need to, at the very least, you're gonna have to modify the original resolution.
Okay.
Request, yeah.
All right.
To say that you want, because it was really told at the last time that it was going to be a non-bid process. So if you want to go bid process, then yeah, I need some documentation as we go out and select a bid.
All right, that's what we'll do. We will bring up our old resolution and we'll modify as needed. Thank you.
Thank you.
The city clerk and attorney Gurley. Is everyone done with Mr. Edwards? Thank you, Mr. Edwards. To the attorney and the city clerk, is this something that we can pull up and modify and do as a walk-on for council? Or can we just pull it up and do it as a walk-on for council and then modify? How would we need to do that? That's for the both of you. Because we just need to adjust our old resolution that we passed. We need to amend it.
Madam Chair.
Excuse me, Madam Clerk.
So if I recall, the last resolution was a do all things necessary resolution?
It did say all things necessary, yes.
Okay, so you would just need to amend that language? Okay, so I drafted that resolution, so we can talk over the break.
Okay.
And I can try to.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, and then on to our final discussion item for review. We'll start at, can we start at 10, Councilwoman Priestley? Because it's just simply the fact that we're just going to say we need to start reviewing. So is 10 fine?
Yes.
Okay,
that's fine.
so our final discussion item, Resolution 250434-T, which is the discussion item for the review of city council rules. A discussion item as requested by Councilmember Judy Priestley to review the rules governing meetings of the Flint City Council pursuant to Rule 33.1 of the RGMFCC. Councilwoman Priestley, I will go ahead and yield to you to at least start it off.
Yes, thank you very much. As council members know.
We can start at the time, okay.
I had our clerk contact and send an email to everyone asking for any proposed changes they would like to see to the rules. To date, I've only received one suggestion from one person with nobody else. So that is the big thing is I've already been in discussion with the legal department on things, potential changes. One change is the special orders to be placed on the agenda as felt appropriate for the chair of that committee. So we could have it at the beginning, we could have it at the end, especially if we're having people like the Catholic Charities come to speak, then that would go first and we wouldn't have to vote on it because that would automatically be put on the agenda first by the chair. So that was one change that we had come up with. Also, since we used to vote immediately and call the question interchangeably, just to add the words, vote immediately, call the question, so that it's included in our rules as such. Those are just some of those ideas that I have come up with. Most of the changes that I've come up with have been me. So it's important that we all have a say in this, and all suggestions will be discussed with the city attorney that it's been assigned to us for this purpose, so that we can develop and bring forward revised rules early next year. And I yield my time.
All right, thank you. And again, this discussion item is just to draw your attention. We all have a copy of the proposed rules. So if everyone, and I know you all have not had a chance to just look over them. So the discussion item is simply to bring to your attention the rules as they are now, and then to solicit any feedback, to send that to the clerk, any feedback or changes that you would like to see in the rules. If there's nothing else, we'll go ahead and close out this discussion item.
Madam Chair,
Madam Clerk.
I just want to make sure that the council understands that the amendments will be voted on individually. So you will vote on each suggestion separately, and then the draft will be prepared, and then you would vote on that draft, and you would have to have a public hearing for that.
All right, thank you for that. With that, we will close out that discussion item. And finally, we move on to the consent agenda.
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the Fourth
I
Ward.
make a motion to send the consent agenda to council.
There's a motion to send the consent agenda to council. Is there support? Moved and properly supported by the councilman in the First Ward. Are there separations? Seeing as how there are no separations, this is the vote to send the consent agenda to council.
I would like to separate 250414-T.
You said, what was it? Oh, 414, okay.
414-T ordinance.
All right, are there any more separations? Seeing as how there are no more separations, this is the roll call vote to send the consent agenda to council. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashab?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
And the vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no, that those resolutions have been sent to council. The only separated item is ordinance 250414-T, which is the Code Amendment Ordinance, Chapter 35, Personal, Article 5, Working Conditions. It's an ordinance to amend the Flint City Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 35, Personnel, Article 5, Working Conditions, Holidays. Councilwoman Priestley, you separated it. You have the floor.
Yes.
Oh,
Madam
wait, what's the
Chair,
pleasure?
I'd like to make a
Yep,
motion
there
to
we
send
go.
to council.
There's a motion to send to council. Is there support? It's moved and properly supported by the councilman in the first ward.
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman Priestley.
Through you to Mr. Moore. As you're coming forward, Mr. Moore, we did ask if you could get us an estimate of how much this resolution or this ordinance would cost the city. Do you have that number?
Merry Christmas, Mr. Moore. Hello. Happy New Year.
It's a calculation, kind of a calculation that depends on what you're trying to accomplish, because there are a lot of ways you can calculate that number. Our best estimate is it probably costs roughly $400,000 to implement the ordinance, because you have to assume that while we have the money budgeted to pay the people, we're assuming that the people are doing work that is valuable to the city, and that work would be worth approximately $400,000 for the 2 days.
So that's $400,000 per year.
Right.
Thank you very much. That was my question. I yield.
Anybody else in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the second ward.
Okay, so Mr. Moore, could you please approach, excuse me, through you, Madam Chair? Can we have Mr. Moore approach the lectern again? All right. So, Mr. Moore, question. So will this approval of this ordinance, will this cause any legal ramifications for the city?
We do have to consider that we have a unionized workforce, and they, as members of a union, they negotiate their own benefits, so that, and I would defer to I'm not an attorney, so I would defer that to the city attorney as to whether this would apply to the unionized workers. They may have to negotiate to get the benefit.
Okay, thank you. So through you, Madam Chair, could we please have the HR, Mr. Eddie, come to the lectern, please?
Mr. Smith.
Yes.
Hi, Mr. Smith. So just want to ask you, because this is within your realm. So if we were to pass this ordinance, will we have any legal ramification for the city?
Well, we will have bargaining unit ramifications eventually, and that's because anything that we pass for our exempt employees will definitely be subject to bargaining for all of our union employees afterwards. So there is implications there legally.
Okay, can you repeat that again? Could you repeat it again?
Sorry. No, I said that if anything we pass for our exempt employees, and this is really talking about exempt employees, will eventually have to go down to the bargaining table to be subject for bargaining for all of our unions.
What's your point? What's your request?
So is the union employees also going to be awarded these days as well?
No, this is actually aimed at exempt employees.
So I want to, let me interject. Is it because of what that classification code is in there? Because everybody's speaking to my ordinance when it's supposed to be for everyone, not just exempt. So when Davina was drafting it, it was supposed to include all. So is it that the classification that she put in there, because she used the same classification that she used for Juneteenth? And so is that the issue?
Any holidays that we add, subject to bargaining with collective bargaining units. So it's not an automatic, it's subject to bargaining for the bargaining employees or union.
Right, but I think her question was, so if the exempt workers get it, then that means that the union then is able to bargain for it as well, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, that
It'll
was her
definitely
question.
be on the table.
So my next question was.
Hey, Sean. Yeah.
We have to wait till you get the floor, I'm sorry.
It's fine. All right, so, thank you. That's my time.
Councilwoman in third ward, you have the floor.
So we saying that the bargaining unit people don't have these days, have their negotiation contract closed out for them? Are they done with negotiation for this term for them to negotiate the days that they need? So we give these to the exempt, with the bargaining unit also receiving?
We are in negotiations right now with all of our unions and except fire. And so it will come on the table, I'm sure. If this passes for our exempt employees, it will be on the table. It's already being discussed on the table because of rumor.
So we are gonna make sure that if we pass it for the exempt, we are also able to give the bargaining unit the same identical days that the exempt is getting.
It has to be bargained in. That's a collective bargaining, so it's decided at the bargaining table. It's not like automatic. It's what's bargained at the collective bargaining table with each union.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Councilman in the first ward.
through you to the speaker. So I just want to hear this clearly. Did you say it's not guaranteed to the union? Is something that will have to be bargained?
Correct.
Okay, and you guys are currently in negotiations with the union currently?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Are you guys currently in negotiation with the union?
We're in negotiation with the unions now, with 1600, 1795, FPOA, and all the rest.
Okay, and then earlier, I think you mentioned something about there may be possible legal ramifications. Can you kind of speak to
You'd
that
have to
again?
ask our legal experts about the legal ramifications of that. I can tell you about the bargaining or the implications with the bargaining unit.
So through you to the attorney, can you kind of speak on that a little bit?
Generally, yes. The legal ramifications, as I understand it, would be that any additions to the collective bargaining agreements are done at the table. We would not be able to legally tell them that they have to include these days. That's something that we would bargain for. Not to say that the unions won't request it, we just can't make them because it's something that you bargain.
Thank you. And my other question, just someone who kind of deals in this lane with negotiations and things, do you see this being more divisive if you give it to one side and then the other side is already in negotiations and bargaining and so forth?
I can't say it's divisive. I can say that it is definitely a point of discussion, and it won't miss an opportunity to be discussed at the bargaining table. Now, that's it.
Thank you. Are you?
All right, anybody else in the first round of discussion? Go ahead.
Thank you. So, Mr. Smith,
Yes.
and maybe, Mr. Moore is right there. I was looking for you. I'm looking at both of you in different spots today. So, Mr. Borley, so how much will this cost? Because we're being told it's not going to cost anything. But then Mr. Moore is saying it's going to cost $400,000.
I would agree with Mr. Moore, and I'm going to tell you why, because anytime you add a holiday, and it's going to affect more than just adding the holiday. You're talking about calculating benefits for that holiday, the cost of that, and a number of other things that would go into an employee's, package.
How many employees will this affect?
We have 101 exempt employees listed, but only 83 are affected by this, and that's because the others are contract or temporary employees.
And so do you anticipate other employees? How many employees do we have total for the city?
I would say just under 800 employees, somewhere around there. Don't quote me to the day, but
No, that was all over the
That was
board,
close.
Mr. Smith. You the HR director.
no, I can tell you, it changes every single day.
6, 7, 800.
Yeah.
We got 600.
I'll say 775, okay? As of what time
When
is
did we get
it?
775? I remember we were like 545.
Those were the good old days.
So 775. So that's going to be, so do you anticipate, how many could this potentially, because everybody's probably going to want it. So.
We have, like I said, we have,
Saying it, they saying something too. So, Candace, what did you say? They do. So how many do you anticipate you'd have to bargain with the unions? How many more employees could this affect?
roughly about 500 more employees.
Or would that be 5, 6, 7, 800 more?
You're asking me for exact numbers, and I'll tell you, because we're constantly hiring. So I would say roughly about 525 employees as I speak.
Yeah, these numbers have been not solid at all.
Well, they can be, so I tell you what, if you want to know solid numbers, I can get you solid numbers as of the moment that I get them. But we're hiring every day, every week.
So, yeah, I mean, to even have, you're not hiring 200 people every day.
No.
I mean, so if we're just slightly off, 25 or 10 or something like that, then it's reasonable. But to not have a number to where we can really say that potentially this may be we may have to add another 450 people or 480 people. I mean, we should be in a real number, we should have an estimate that we could, because it's going to be an estimate if you're hiring, people are retiring, we should be able to have an estimate. We don't have one right now. So can we get one? I get where people don't want to come in. We are not aligned, I know, with the county. We are not aligned with, I think, some of the state holidays with being a government, municipality. And we should be more aligned because some things where we're closed, we're open and the county is closed. And people think when they go to do business, because some business requires, right, some business may require you go from the city to the county, and it's not the same. And so I think we need to be aligned with the county.
Request for information. Does the speaker know that on the Friday after Thanksgiving, we're not even open for business to the public? People are just here. Like the public can't do business here either.
Yeah, it's like if you were a teacher service day. It's like a service day. If you could get those numbers, please.
Sure.
I would appreciate it.
Okay.
And how many people we have working in the city if you could slide those to us, please.
I'll get you exact numbers.
Thank you.
As of the moment I speak.
I'm with that one.
Right.
Are you yielding?
I'm yielding.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. I forgot that part.
Or is there anyone else in the first round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else in the first round of discussion, I will go ahead and take my time. I understand that my colleagues do have a few more questions. I'm fine with that. I just do want to be clear about what is being asked, or what is the spirit of this ordinance is the fact that, again, the Thursday after Thanksgiving, and this year Christmas is just happens to fall, I believe, on a Thursday as well. So the Friday after Thanksgiving, because Thanksgiving is always on a Friday. This year for Christmas, we have a situation where City Hall 1 is not open. 2, we have already budgeted to give these employees a paid holiday. I'm looking at it in the sense of you have people who come in and they work all year round. Then you have them working all the way up until these holidays. And so they don't have an opportunity to properly be able to spend time with their families on those holidays because now they're sitting and they're rushing, they're trying to prepare food, or if they want to travel, they can't travel with their families. There are a lot of things that they miss out on because they will have to be at work the next day in a building that is closed to the public and is a literal ghost town where phones are not ringing and things are not happening. Again, if we looked at the situation as in everybody were to come in and people were not to use their PTO, you would still have to pay them for that day. Talk to members of the union, heads of the union. So I know for a fact that the union does want this. I think what we're running into, especially when you have someone come up and we've asked for numbers for a couple of weeks now we're even getting shaky numbers, or we're saying there are a couple ways we can look at it, but there's nothing solid being given to us. It just alarms me a little bit because this is something that could potentially be a morale booster and a relief for the employees. You said 751 or 57, however many people that work here, obviously not the essential workers, but for those who work here, as a way to say, one, as Councilwoman Burns has pointed out, the county gives their people this day off. And so I just think that there needs to be a consideration, and I don't think that we're going to come out of too much money for this. And when we talk about government and worried about wasteful spending, this is one thing that would not be considered wasteful when you are giving back to the people who come and work here every single solitary day. I understand that my colleagues need a little bit more information and they need some more things presented to them. We'll give Mr. Moore an opportunity to bring us actual numbers. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave it here, but I'm not going to leave it alone. So I'll see y'all again in January about this. I make a motion to leave it here in special affairs. Is there support? Moved and properly supported by the councilman in the first ward. Thank you very much, Mr. Smith.
Excuse me.
Roll call. Go ahead.
Can I say,
No. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin? Yes. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley? Yes. The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
No, that stays in special affairs. Go ahead, Mr. Smith.
I just want to make it clear that human resource wasn't asked for numbers. So this is
No,
the
I
first
said
time-
I said Mr. Moore. I didn't say you. I said
okay.
yeah. No, I said Mr.
Clear.
Moore. You notice I left you completely out of that.
All right.
Yeah. No, not you. Thank you. There is a motion to adjourn. Is there support? Is moved and properly supported by the councilman in the first ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin? Yes. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson? Yes. Ms. Priestley? Yes. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
It's 8 yes, 0 no. The time is 7:33 p.m. on Wednesday, December 17th. The Special Affairs Committee meeting is adjourned.
Dang, all this junk up in. Mr. Chris from Early Hospital, the one that got away, the doctor, Chris Moore. Yeah, tick-tock that. Just like Tiger Woods got away from Becky. And him and his son hit a hole in one. Son of a gun. Ooh. Come on, let's make a video right now. As you know, the night people had got our money, they said we have to any possible, whatever goes from this council tonight, it's gonna be over. Yeah, but that was not there, they don't say, you know, not here tonight. But what I'm trying to say, you really got the student body of the high school. He talked about the department. Day after Christmas, they're gonna kick all the doctors out and turn off the heat, and just like this everyone. The will go went up and they know what did they do? I'm all out. And like I said, get that up because we can go on the game. Whoa! 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 Hey! You got to use the bathroom. Come on, man, use the bathroom. Dang, girl!
have mine over there? No. You did? Yeah.
It is 8:05 PM, and I am calling this city council meeting to order in accordance with the Flint City Charter. First thing we will do is have a roll call. Mr. Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Present.
Ms. Johnson?
Present.
Ms. Priestley? Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett?
Present.
You have 8 members present. Per the Flint City Charter, I have called this meeting to order for the purpose of the city council electing a city council president and vice president. As always, I will call your name in rounds, and when I call your name, you will state the name of the council member that you wish to elect as president. Today's meeting, we will be starting where we left off, starting with round number 28. And Ms. Winfrey Carter will go first. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Dr. Lewis.
Ms. Johnson?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
That's 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 1 vote for Ms. Lewis. Round 28, I'm sorry, round 29. Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Dr. Lewis.
Ms. Johnson?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
That's 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 1 vote for Dr. Lewis. Round 30, Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Mr. Jarrett.
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. Dr. Lewis.
Dr. Lewis.
Ms. Johnson.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 1 vote for Dr. Lewis. Round 31. Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Mr. Jarrett.
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. Dr. Lewis.
Dr. Lewis.
Ms. Johnson.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
It's 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 1 vote for Dr. Lewis. Round 32. Mr. Jarrett.
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin. Dr. Lewis.
Dr. Lewis.
Ms. Johnson.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 1 vote for Dr. Lewis. Round 33. Mr. Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Dr. Lewis.
Ms. Johnson?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat?
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Jarrett?
Winfrey Carter.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 1 vote for Dr. Lewis, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 34. Dr. Lewis?
Dr. Lewis.
Ms. Johnson?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat?
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Jarrett?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? That's 1 vote for Dr. Lewis, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 35. Ms. Johnson?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat?
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Jarrett?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Dr. Lewis.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 1 vote for Dr. Lewis. Round 36. Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat?
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Dr. Lewis.
Ms. Johnson?
Candace Mashat.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 1 vote for Dr. Lewis. Round 37. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Jarrett?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Dr. Lewis.
Ms. Johnson?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat?
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 1 vote for Dr. Lewis. Round 38. Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Jarrett?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin?
No.
Dr. Lewis?
Dr. Lewis.
Ms. Johnson?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace?
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
That's 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 1 vote for Dr. Lewis. Round 39. Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Jarrett?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Dr. Lewis.
Ms. Johnson?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat?
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 1 vote for Dr. Lewis. Round 40. Mr. Jarrett?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Dr. Lewis.
Ms. Johnson?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat?
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 1 vote for Dr. Lewis. Round 41. Mr. Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Dr. Lewis.
Ms. Johnson?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace?
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Jarrett?
Winfrey Carter.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 1 vote for Dr. Lewis, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 42. Dr. Lewis?
Dr. Lewis.
Ms. Johnson?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace?
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Jarrett?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? 1 vote for Dr. Lewis, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 43. Ms. Johnson?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat?
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Jarrett?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Dr. Lewis.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 1 vote for Dr. Lewis.
Madam Clerk,
Ms. Priestley?
I'd like to make a motion to postpone this vote till January, what's our meeting date in January? All right, I've been asked to withdraw, I withdraw.
What's gonna change?
It ain't gonna change. I ain't staying here all night. Cause she ain't giving up. She's making a point now. No, it ain't. She keep calling her name.
Before I continue, I'm going to ask the audience to please politely, if they could not speak as loudly while we continue these rounds. Thank you. We'll go on to round 44. Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat?
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Jarrett.
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin is not in. Dr. Lewis? Ms. Johnson?
Candace Mashat.
That's 3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 1 vote for Dr. Lewis. Round 45. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Jarrett?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin is not in. Dr. Lewis? Ms. Johnson?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat?
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 1 vote for Dr. Lewis. Round 46. Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Jarrett?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin is not in. Dr. Lewis? Ms. Johnson?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat?
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 1 vote for Dr. Lewis. Round 47. Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Jarrett?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin is absent. Dr. Lewis? Ms. Johnson?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace?
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Excuse me. Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 1 vote for Dr. Lewis. Round 48. Mr. Jarrett?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Dr. Lewis? Ms. Johnson?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley? Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 1 vote for Dr. Lewis. Round 49. Mr. Alamin? Dr. Lewis? Ms. Johnson?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley? Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Jarrett?
Winfrey Carter.
That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 1 vote for Dr. Lewis, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 50. Dr. Lewis? Ms. Johnson?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley? Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Jarrett?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? It's 1 vote for Dr. Lewis, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 51. Ms. Johnson?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley? Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Jarrett?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Dr. Lewis? That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 1 vote for Dr. Lewis. Before continuing with round 52, again, I want to ask the audience to please hold off on clapping. I want to make sure I hear the names the first time without assuming anything. So if you could please withhold clapping in between rounds until someone has actually achieved 5 votes. Thank you. Round 52. Ms. Priestley? Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Jarrett?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin? Dr. Lewis? Ms. Johnson?
Candace Mashat.
That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 1 vote for Dr. Lewis. Round 53, Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat, Mr. Jarrett,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin, Dr. Lewis, Ms. Johnson, Ms. Johnson,
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat.
That's 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 1 vote for Dr. Lewis. Round 54, Ms. Burns,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat, Mr. Jarrett,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin, Dr. Lewis, Ms. Johnson,
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley,
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter.
That's 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 1 vote for Dr. Lewis. Round 55, Ms. Mashat, Mr. Jarrett,
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Alamin, Dr. Lewis, Ms. Johnson,
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley,
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Winfrey Carter.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 1 vote for Dr. Lewis.
Madam Clerk,
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
I would like to make a motion that we postpone this until our first council meeting in January.
Okay, Ms. Winfrey Carter has made a motion to postpone the organization of the city council until the first regular council meeting in January. Is there support for her motion?
Support.
Ms. Burns has seconded that motion. have the roll call for that motion. Mr. Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
No.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 2 no. So with that, we will move on to the rest of the agenda, beginning with the Pledge of Allegiance.
All right, now it's time for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Johnson, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So now it's time for the prayer or blessing, but before we do so, do we have anyone that would like to acknowledge someone that may have transitioned? No.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
I just wanted to make a note that I heard today that our maintenance supervisor, Lee Osborne's mother, passed away today. So I would like to offer condolences to him and his family.
All right, thank you.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Mr. Jarrett.
I'd like to ask a moment of prayer and reflection for the family of Claude Anderson.
Okay. All right, anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
I would also like a moment of reflection for Mr. Kurt Ware, who was the person who lost his life in the fire on West Court Street.
Okay. Anyone else? All right, hearing none, I will ask for a special prayer for the family of Mr. Gregory Woodbury. Gregory Woodbury. So now we will have a moment of silence. Okay, thank you. So now we're moving on to the prayer or the blessing. Ms. Priestley, could you please lead us in the prayer of the blessing?
Heavenly Father, we just thank you for this season of holidays and celebrating your birth for those of us who are Christians, for Hanukkah for those who are Jewish, and any other day that is celebrated during this time. Lord, just be with us as we go about the city's business, and may your hand be upon us to help us resolve any differences that we may have and to assist the residents in any of their complaints. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. So now it's time for the reading of the disorderly person city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of the Flint City Code Section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from the meetings. So now, do we have any requests for agenda changes or additions?
Madam Chair, I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
So at your stations, you should have an ordinance to amend the zoning map of the city of Flint regarding Latinx Hispanic Technology and Community Center, Flint. And in addition to that, there is a resolution. I tried to put it on top of your ordinance. This is an add-on. The resolution and ordinance go together. And you also have a packet which includes maps and a resolution. These are the items for your ordinance that is currently on the agenda for the Flint Commerce Center project. So these are the attachments for that item. And then finally, you should also have the resolution that was requested for the water testing. So I just wanted to point that out, asking for this, I guess, these two to be an add-on, and the third is just attachments for what you already have on your agenda.
Okay, so that's a total of, what is this? Is this 4?
It's, yeah, so the resolution for the Latinx, the ordinance for Latinx, and the resolution for the Flint Commerce Center are all new items. You also have the water testing, which would also be a new add-on because it's going to be a new number. And then the rest of it is attachments for the ordinance that's already on your agenda.
Okay. So the chair will add the additions without objection. And we are looking to add these to the, let's see, we will label the resolution for the approval of the recommended map amendment to the City of Flint zoning ordinance. That can be resolution number, I think this has to do with Latinx. Is that correct? No, it's not correct. Okay, so we had named that resolution 1. And then the resolution to do all things necessary to enter into a contract for professional water testing services, that'll be resolution 2. The resolution for the approval of the recommended map amendments to the City of Flint zoning ordinance, that'll be resolution 3. And the ordinance that goes with that resolution, that'll be this ordinance number, see if it's gonna be the ordinance number 1. Introduction. Yep, so that'd be ordinance number 1.
And so, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I just want to point out that the resolutions look identical, but the one for the ordinance that is currently on your agenda is the one in the second paragraph that references 2525 Industrial Avenue. So that would be number 1.
Can you repeat that one more time, Madam Chair? We can't hear you.
The resolutions look almost identical.
Uh-huh.
And the one having to do with the ordinance that is currently on your agenda is the one that says in the second paragraph, it references 2525 Industrial Avenue. That is the one for the Flint Commerce Center. So that would be the one that you referenced to as the first add-on.
Okay, I want to make sure that I heard what you said, because you sound muffled over here. Did you hear what you said?
Okay, so the two add-on resolutions look identical. They have the same title. So in the second paragraph is where they name the address. So, yeah, so the one that has to do with the Flint Commerce Center says 2525 Industrial Avenue in the second paragraph, and the other one says Lewis Street Corridor, that's for the Latinx district.
Okay.
And so with your numbering, the 2525 Industrial Avenue would be add-on number 1.
Yes.
Correct. No, Madam Chair said number 2 was the water testing.
The water testing.
Yes, and then add-on 4 is the zoning, the Latinx ordinance.
All right, so from my understanding, we will go ahead and add these to the end of the agenda. And it will go right after Resolution 250429. All right. So add-ons have been added on. So it will go right after that resolution and right before the introduction and first reading of ordinances. All right. Any more additions or changes? Okay, well, seeing none, it is time for the public hearing. The public hearing about the City of Flint fiscal year 26-27 preliminary budget. A public hearing on the city's fiscal year 2026-27 preliminary budget held in accordance with the Flint City Charter in order to receive input on the budget from the public. So, Madam Attorney, do you have anything that you would like to say in response to this?
Yes, in reference to the preliminary budget under the charter, the preliminary budget is to be submitted to City Council by the first Monday in December. The Finance Department was early. They submitted it on November 28th, last Friday of November. And tonight is the public hearing for public comment on your preliminary budget submission.
Okay. Well, thank you. Well, now we will get started with public hearing number 250421.6. Madam Clerk?
So you, Mr. Moore is prepared to give a presentation. Let's see what's going on.
Forgot it.
Yes, Mr. Moore has prepared a PowerPoint presentation, and then when you open up the hearing, as always with public hearings, individuals would just come up to the microphone.
Okay.
And, yep, 3 minutes each.
Okay, thank you. Hi, go ahead, Mr. Moore.
Good evening. The budget for that's been presented has been is at the very early stages of a final budget. It's very rough at this point. There's a lot of information we don't know. We don't know how much property tax is going to bring in yet. We don't know how much revenue sharing is going to bring in. We don't know about Act 51 just yet, which means that everything is just really a very rough estimate. We've increased everything by 3%, but we've also started working on the budget, which means that we do know about a lot of the capital projects, and we do know that for the most part, that the operations for the city is going to be the same as what it was in the current year and the year before that. It's going to be very similar to that. The items that you're seeing, going to be seeing tonight are things that the departments are working on our priorities for the departments. They haven't been reviewed. There's been no judgment passed by the city administrator or the mayor. It's just, this is what the departments are talking to us about what they think should be the priority for their department in the upcoming year. The first item is the police and fire training center. We've talked about that, and the city council's taken action on that for some of the items before. We've done 2 or 3 steps along that path already. We're hoping to establish a regional state-of-the-art training center. We're currently looking at the different funding options. We truly believe that this will improve both our police and our fire department, and will be a great asset for the city. We're working on trying to figure out how all the funding is going to come together. We don't have all the answers tonight, but we're working on it. Blight abatement has always been a priority of the city council. We've believe that's going to continue to be a city council priority. We're planning to target roughly 100 homes. We figure that's about as many homes as we can get through the system in a year. We are also planning to increase forestry maintenance, which is a part of maintaining the look and feel of the neighborhoods. We're planning to have roughly the same staff as we have currently. We're hoping the staff will be the same one that we've had, so they'll be better trained and will be more efficient, and we'll be able to do these projects a little bit more efficient than they have in prior years. In the water, there are three main projects that we're looking at. One is the repair the sluice for the Kersley. We have a vault control. That's about $1 million project. It controls probably all the electronics for controlling the water system. And then Holloway Dam, that's probably one of the bigger projects. That's estimated at $6 million. We're not exactly sure how we're going to pay for that yet, but we're working on it. The Holloway Dam does have some repair issues. We are responsible for it. And there would be really bad news for the city if something were to happen to the dam. So we're trying our best to make sure that we get a plan of action to repair it. Water pollution control. We're planning to switch to ferric chloride. The current feed system is in the wrong location for being the most efficient. We'll be changing to the ferric chloride because that will be a more efficient way of processing and treating our wastewater. We're also looking at switching our blowers from electricity to biogas. We create the biogas from the biological process at the plant. If we can capture it and use it to make electricity to turn the blowers, that's a better option for us. It's cheaper, and it will also be better for the environment. We're also looking at trying to develop a dewatering pad where the different departments can bring in like the sewer vac, have it put it in a spot where they can dump it, dewater it, and then the debris that's left would be hauled off to a landfill. The Water Service Center is looking at relining sewer lines like we have done historically. We also plan to continue with the root control program. We do have a list of street projects that we're looking at for the next 5 years. The next two on the list are Averill and Richfield. The engineering has not started on either of these projects. We're hoping that we can get the first street started or the engineering done this year so that before the end of next fiscal year that we might be able to start the construction. And then while that is being constructed, that Richfield will be designed for the following year. We're also looking at continuing the valve replacement program. That's an important program to maintain our water system. The transportation, we're looking at replacing 4 to 5 traffic signals. We're looking at milling and replacing approximately 5 lane miles of road. A lane mile is 1 lane of road for 1 mile. And the big project will be replacing the Grand Traverse Bridge across the Flint River. That's a picture of the bridge. You can see the spalling on the cement. That means that water is getting in. It's eroding the integrity of the bridge, and that's an important project that we undertake. We're also looking at working with MDOT. This will not affect our budget, but it will affect the traffic patterns in the city. Both Court Street and Fifth Avenue are scheduled to be replaced by MDOT, and they're planning to work on I-40/75 in the city of Flint. In the municipal buildings, we're looking at some boiler replacements. This building is was approximately 70 years old. The boilers that they make today are more efficient, safer, and it's time that we look at replacing them. For the information technology, our main software that the city uses is BSNA. They're going from what they refer to as their .NET version to the cloud version. The cloud version will greatly enhance the functionality of the software. It will also make it less likely that it can be hacked. It'll be the BSNA will be responsible for hosting it. All the data will be kept at BSNA instead of on our servers. That is a major project for the city. It's going to affect almost every department that the city has. We're also looking at implementing a new time management system. That we'll probably have both of these items on the agenda shortly, but a lot of the work's going to take place next fiscal year. In the building inspections area, they're looking at trying to digitize the old construction plans. We have construction plans that are probably 70, 80 years old in this building. They all should be scanned, digitized. Those plans are used. If there's ever an emergency, people look to us for the construction plans. We often get inquiries from building owners. These are often the only times they're the plans that people have, and it's very valuable for the community that we do that. This will be a big project. It'll take a number of years to actually digitize everything. And then in fleet management, we're still working on the mix of vehicles that will be replaced. We do know we have at least 6 pickup trucks, and we're planning to do the normal rotation for police vehicles, but there'll be other vehicles, and we're working on that. We haven't gotten to the point where that has there's been any changes for that yet, and I believe that's it. Yes, that's are the main capital projects that we have planned and that are looking at. And like I said, this is a very preliminary look. These are things that we're working on. We can't promise that they'll all be there. We have to make sure it fits within the budget. We also have to talk to the city administrator and the mayor. They may have other priorities that the staff isn't aware of at this point. So, thank you.
And thank you so much, Mr. Moore. So now it's time to open up the public hearing. Madam Clerk?
Okay, so the public hearing is open to anyone that wants to speak on the preliminary budget. Just step up to the lectern and you have 3 minutes. If you want to just give us 1 minute though to plug our clock back in.
Yes, ma'am. My name is R.L. Mitchell.
RL,
Yes, ma'am.
just give us 1 minute.
Oh, 1 minute?
Yeah,
Okay.
Start the clock again.
Very well spoken, Mr. Moore. Although you're talking in Chinese. Oh my God! With that et cetera stuff. Happy New Year, Mr. Moore. Merry Christmas to you. Ward 1, you got anything to say, sir? Just like we the people thought. Nothing.
I'm going to go ahead and start your time on my phone, so you can go ahead and get started.
Okay, Like I said, my name is R.L. Mitchell. I live at 759 East Linden Avenue. And what Mr. Moore has said, he's just talking about any means possible to run this city to where the little man downstairs, the Mayor Neely, want him to run it. Because just like Chicago, organized crime. They try to put a man up like Mr. Moore with his mumbling stuff, but they're talking that Chinese talk, and we the people supposed to go for it. Because that bridge, but he said, one thing we understand about that Grand Traverse Bridge. You got that stuff leaking on the metals, can fall down anytime. Like the fifth ward woman, she don't even must cross that bridge no more. Because she ain't taking a chance on the thing caving in, like London the Bridge and fell down. In London the Bridge, welcome to the United States. People stay tuned, what we gonna see how we handle the bridge in Flint. All over America, especially New York, when the cartels ran into Brooklyn Bridge. They're trying to do the same thing to Flint, council peoples in Flint. And all that stuff, and all the cartels. Happy New Year, and Merry Christmas. And R.L. Mitchell approves this message.
Next public speaker. All right, do we have any more public speakers about the budget?
Again, if you want to address this, you just walk up to the lectern.
All right, seeing that we don't have, go ahead.
James Moore, Second Ward. A lot of people been seeing me walk around with this motivating calendar, and it is a nice calendar. Down at the bottom, it says Flint Strong. And as I look through the pictures and follow through this, it's gonna be up for me for 26 that I'm gonna be keeping up stuff with. And it's some nice pictures on here. The problem that I have, I just don't know where to go find them in Flint. And I was gonna leave it around if anybody else wanna look at it and look at some of these pictures. Maybe they may know where they at, but I don't. Maybe next year, small things like this will be noticed in the budget, and we actually get some pictures of Flint that we can all recognize, since it's Flint money being spent on it, and should be about Flint, at least some Flint people, some Flint stuff. And it's the end of the year, maybe we'll get it right next year.
All right, anyone else for this public hearing? All right, seeing that,
I just got a little food for thought about the budget. It looks like the budget is all about bricks and mortar and police cars. Where's the part about the people? What about us? What's in there for us? All right, now, we have said that a budget is a moral document. It's a moral document. And how you spend your money is what your priorities are. So that's all I got to say. Think about, we should be at the top of the budget. Thank you.
all right, so seeing that there is no one else for this public hearing, we will officially call this public hearing closed. So now it's time for public comment. Madam Clerk?
First speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Hello, City Council peoples. I'm Mario Mitchell again, speaking for the record, a moment of silence for my friend Al Russian. He just passed away 3 days ago, but his name is like One Love. Thank you very much. And now, for the record, also again about Southwestern High School. In 1971, it was a point of order issued there in 1971, and a man called Cockwell. He just reminded me of the Southwestern I think the Southwestern president is in here tonight because he mentioned about the Riverside peoples and nobody done nothing about it but Miss Burns. She just make one phone call and go taking care of the stuff what LaShack supposed to be doing. But he told everybody to get all the black peoples to get out of on 71 in 71, and they obeyed him. But I'm the only one refused to stop the cop because I'd rather grab the cop gun and use it like you're supposed to. And I didn't do that. He followed me home. I only live about 5 blocks away on Tacoma Street. I stopped at the corner because I didn't want to get in my driveway with my daddy and mama. He got out of the car. So why didn't you stop the cop? He swung at me 3 times and missed me with a jackhammer. And the white woman started screaming, ran down and told my daddy, talking about, your son's finna get killed. He was getting suspended. And he reminded me of why come Northern High School got burned down, brand new high school, and he coming over here talking about Riverside. Want they figure out how to get all them Howard Street gangs out, instead of talking about you jockeys don't pay your rent. You going 2 days after Christmas, and the same thing going on in Flint, and everybody look like a deer in head, like ain't saying nothing until it happened. Get them country bumpkin cops over across the street. Who you think we is? Youth, and they'll put us in Vietnam before we even get out of high school. And permanent. Damn, the first they do, my friend got blowed up by a baby and all that stuff with a Vietnam baby. Light-skinned peoples over there look like black peoples, what, talking that junk, and they come over there talking that simple stuff, and look at, got the councilman don't know how to operate his own ward, got the 6th ward coming over taking care of Thread Lake stuff, and just like that over there, that Martin Luther King Street, that dude in that church that got blowed up, only one taking care of the peoples in Flint. Like I say, stay tuned, America, because we gonna get our money no matter what. All right, Mr. President.
All right, next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Stanley Wood. Tahira Rasul. Keyshawn Wade.
Hello again, Council. I'm really grateful to have heard a little bit to the council members who responded to the concerns that were raised about our neighbors at Village Shore Apartments. I do understand that there are some things in progress that you all are working on. But not to beat a dead horse, I did want to make sure that I came back and ensure that some of the concerns that were raised have a response that are like in public record. And personally, I wouldn't be doing my due diligence in support of the Village Shore Apartments if I didn't ask these questions. So in the letter that was sent to City Council, there were 4 demands. First was about like a emergency relocation assistance for all affected residents. I heard some of the council members speak before a little bit about that. And I just wanted to ask whether I know Michigan State-wide Housing Development Authority administers the vouchers for like hotel vouchers and things like that. I wondered, was that something that the city had contacted Mishta about, as well as maybe soliciting some type of in-kind gift from local hotels to maybe host residents at. Something else that was mentioned in the letter was making sure that residents were not charged for condemned property and the rent collected during the condemnation period was fully investigated. Seeing as Section 8 is a federally funded program and this landlord took those funds, I'm really curious as to what legal considerations are going to be taken for that. Yeah, and I thank you about your time to this matter and attention to this matter. So, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
I'm hearing some noise, and I don't know if it's from a phone or something, but we're hearing it up here, and it's interfering with us being able to hear our speakers. I don't know.
Okay, thank you. So, Madam Clerk, do we have any kind of speaker malfunction or microphone malfunction that you're aware of?
No, I can hear what they're talking about. It sounds like somebody's listening to a recording or something like that, along with the meeting. So it's not the system, it's something in the audience.
Okay. So would you like to go to recess to investigate or keep going? Okay. Okay, all right, great. Well, next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Audrey Muhammad. She not in? Diane Thornton,
Yep, she passed.
Gina Bryant,
She's not here.
Sarah Houston,
She's going.
Rich Jones,
Rich is going.
Beverly Biggs Levy,
My name is Beverly Biggs Levy. LaShawn, it was good that you voted for somebody other than Adele. That's a good job. But you said earlier that if it was any stuff in somebody that need to be picked up, you ride around your area. I told you about Philadelphia and North Street when we had the dinner for Pastor Thompson for the fire. You remember that? That stuff has not been picked up yet. It's still there. I see Leon left because he don't want to get the fire burning. But we go to court for Leon and Kiki on the 23rd. We're trying to make sure that we pack the court out because Leon shouldn't be in that seat. He needs to step down. All honesty and truth. He don't live on Mott Street. His address now is down the street from Tanya. You know, it's just, yeah, y'all keep accepting these things that is not right. You can't keep accepting these things. If he's not in the first ward, he should not be in that seat. The same day that he having a party is the same day he go to court for Kiki. So that tells you what he thinks about jumping on that girl, choking her. All these cases that he got on him, you know. He put Kiki's mother, a PPO on her. And like I said, he got the lawyer the day before they went to court, which that was, we went to court on Tuesday. He got a lawyer, he hired a lawyer for that case on a Monday afternoon. It is sad that he can keep putting these things out on people and y'all shines a blind eye. When he got into trouble, Liddell, you were there in court, you know, you heard what the girl said. You heard what the police officer said. And y'all still say innocent, he's innocent until proven guilty, he's guilty. Quit closing you guys' eyes on something just to get a fifth vote. He's not in the first ward. We know he's not in the first ward. Davina knows he's not in the first ward.
All right. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Claire McClinton.
Yes, I just want to say a few comments. I want to lift up some of our community members in this harsh time, the harsh winter. And I want to lift up and give a shout out to Color of Law, going out there doing yeoman's work, dealing with the least of these. And I also want to get a shout out to the newly formed Flint Housing Union, Mr. Keyshawn, trying to interrupt the consistent home ownership, loss of homes. And I could talk about the fact that the new veterans housing, the tiny homes, and I wish I could get excited about it, but those are transition housing. That's not what we want. We want permanent housing. And I don't want to get off into that, but that's something maybe can be fixed as we go into the new year. And I just want to put out some hopeful thoughts for the holiday season as regards to the loss of water and heat at those apartments. And I hope that as we go into the new year, that the council will turn the page and do things that you haven't been doing, or think anew about how to confront the problems of the residents of the city of Flint. Section 8 need to be contacted immediately. Immediately. They are very strict about the housing that they fund. Also, the owners need to be, our attorneys need to be writing the owners. And a lot of this time, a lot of these things take work and research because these companies set up these phony LLCs, and it's hard sometimes to even figure out who to contact. And we need you all to direct the attorney to dig into that and write some letters. Go across the street. And we also need to contact, and I think Mr. Wade articulated so well, the Public Service Commission. We remember a few years ago when that man sat in his driveway and froze to death. Action was taken. The Public Service Commission. Well, my
Thank you,
time's
Ms.
up.
McClinton.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Douglas Banks.
They're not here.
Arthur Woodson. James Moore.
James Moore, Second Ward. Just want to be brief. This has been a brutal year. The end of it has been brutally cold. And we come back after next year. I just hope it get better. I hope we get some things done and be a more friendlier place to live in. Take care.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The final speaker is Tanya Jones.
In your face, Ms. Jack.
I want to end the night with Precious Lord, take my hand, lead me on, and let me stand. I am tired, and I am weak, but Lord, I must go on through the storm. This is for my baby that's smoking crack, that's on meth, and I'm out here advocating for him. Through the night, you got to lead me on to what's right. Take my hand, precious Lord, and lead me on. I love you, Granny.
Madam Clerk, did you say that was the last speaker?
That's correct.
All right, so now it's time for council response. Any council members like to respond? All right, hearing none. Go ahead, Councilwoman Johnson.
Madam Chair, I'd like to tell Tanya Jones that I am praying for your son, and I'm hoping that he gets better. If you have a location and we're able to go, if I'm able to go see him with you, I would love to go there with you. This is the time of year that is kind of sensitive for, especially for me. I have a loss of a kid, got sick on Christmas, and I lost my kid in January. So my heart goes out to you, and I'll be praying for you. And happy holidays and Merry Christmas to everybody.
All right, anyone else like to respond to the public? All right, seeing no one, we will go ahead and move on to the consent agenda. Is there a motion for the consent? Go ahead, Ms. Priestley. All right, motion to approve consent agenda. Any support? Supported by the councilman in the first ward. Any separation?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
could I ask the council to please separate add-on number 1 and add-on number 3?
Add on 1 and 2?
1 and 3.
1 and 3. Yes.
I'm not sure.
Okay. So we're separating add-ons 1, 2, and 3. All right. Any more?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Mr. Jarrett.
I'd like to separate 250423.
250423. 1 second. All righty. All right. So so far, we have separated resolution 250423, the reallocation of ARPA fund for Catholic Charities. Then we also have add-ons 1, 2, and 3 separated as well. Go ahead, Ms. Byrne. All right. Any more? All right, seeing none, the consent agenda will consist of resolution, well, excuse me. All right, from appointments 250423 to resolution 250422, 250424, 250425, 250426, 250428, 250429, and I believe that's it. All right.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, are you, the consent agenda items?
Yes.
It would also include ordinance 250413, and the add-on ordinance was not separated.
You said it again, 250413,
413, as well as the add-on ordinance, which would be on for acknowledgement for first reading.
Okay, thank you. All right, so, we will include 250413 as well as 250414. Go ahead. One.
It's add-on number 4. It's part of the consent agenda if you don't separate it.
Okay,
And Madam Chair,
go ahead.
you said 250414 was a part of the consent agenda, but that ordinance was postponed in special affairs.
You said postpone?
It was postponed in special affairs, 414. 413 is a part of your consent agenda.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Burns. Okay. All righty. So the separations are as follow. Resolution 250423. Resolution, add-ons, excuse me, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then also, the ordinance 250413. So all those have been separated. Everything else was passed in the consent agenda.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure who separated 413.
Say it again.
I'm not sure who separated 413. That's an add-on, number 4. That's not number 413.
Yeah, so I separated all 4 of the add-ons in addition to resolution 250413. Is that correct?
I don't know who separated 413. I don't think anyone separated that one.
Okay, well, I will take that up. I thought I heard someone say they separated. Okay, thank you. All right, so one more time. Separated will be resolution 250423. Then we will go on and separate all 4 of the add-ons, and that'll be it. So roll call, Madam Clerk. Yes.
Ms. Johnson? Yes. Ms. Priestley? Yes. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns? Yes. Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin? Yes. The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no, so the consent agenda passes. So we are moving on to our first separation, which is 250423. What's the pleasure of the body? Go ahead, Ms. Priestley. Motion to approve. Any support? Support coming from the councilman in the first ward. Any discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Mr. Jarrett.
through you to Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore, could you please approach the lectern?
As you are approaching Mr. Moore, I want to make sure you bring the right information. This speaks to the request and email that Councilwoman Priestley forwarded for information on the ARPA.
Yes.
Okay, so can you share where we stand with those funds remaining in
For
the
the
ARPA?
revenue replacement, we have this is an estimate. We'll know more by the end of this month. But right now, we believe it's just under $10 million, like 9.8 million is where we stand for unobligated.
So just so that I'm clear on what you're stating, approximately 9.8 million remaining in of the ARPA funds that were transferred for revenue replacement.
That's correct.
So right about 9.8.
Correct. That's an estimate right now, but yes. We'll know more in another week, but yes, that's almost we're sure that's the neighborhood we're talking about.
And am I correct in understanding before any dollars are utilized out of those funds, they come before council?
They have so far, yes, sir.
They have.
Yes.
Is it required that they come before council?
We said that we would. I don't know that it's absolutely required, and we have made it our practice to do that.
What I'm trying to understand is it required? Because having a practice and then deviating are two different.
I understand. I'm not sure I'm qualified to answer that question. Our intent, I have always insisted that for my staff that we prepare a resolution for anything that uses the ARPA dollars. We've brought everything
Request for
forward for that.
information.
What is your request?
Does the speaker know that according to the resolution that the council passed, if it is regarding ARPA dollars, it is to come before council?
That's right. I
Yep.
mean, yes, and that's
There you
fully our
go.
intention. We're not going to deviate from that.
That's what I'm looking to hear, is whether or not it is the fact that it
Right.
would come before council.
Yeah.
Okay. 9.8. That's what I wanted to know and hear, because there's been question about where we stood, and I wanted to get that clarity. So thank you.
Just to let you know that at the end of each quarter, we prepare a detailed report for where we stand on all the ARPA projects. And so after the end of December, we'll prepare another quarterly report, and we'll have it down precisely at that point.
Okay, so the preparing of that report, it gets to us as council members how?
I sent it to the city clerk, and then she distributes it.
Okay. So we'll be looking for that in the first
Okay.
part of, how long does it take you after the quarter ends, typically?
For the ARPA dollars that are still in the, under the ARPA rules, we have to have it to the feds by the end of January. And we make sure that we have everything. We don't have two deadlines. We just have one deadline for that internally.
Okay. And then I guess I do have a couple more questions. The 80,000 that is in this resolution for Catholic charities, is that already factored into the 9.8?
That's one I'm not 100%, I believe so, yes, but I'm not
Okay.
100% certain of that. I believe it is.
And then there's another almost 200,000 in another resolution to come for the roof over at Haskell.
Yes,
And
that's also within that, that's also been calculated in
that's
that.
also factored in.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I yield.
All right, anyone else in the first round? All right, anyone else in the second round? Okay, seeing none, we go ahead and call for the vote, and this is the reallocation of ARPA funds for Catholic charities. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Johnson? Yes. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. That resolution passes. Now we move on to the next separated item, which are the add-ons. And we will move on to the council 427. Yeah. So we are moving on to resolution number 1. This is the resolution for approval of recommended map amendment to the City of Flint zoning ordinance. What's the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
motion to approve.
All right, motion to approve add-on number 1. Any support? Supported by the councilman in the first ward. Any discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
the reason why I asked council to separate add-on number 1 and number 2 is after speaking with Attorney Gurley, we came to an agreement, understanding that these resolutions, the 2 resolutions for approval of the map amendments are confusing, and they kind of repeat what the ordinance is trying to do. So at this time, we don't believe that these resolutions are necessary to be for the ordinance consideration, because the ordinance itself would be the recommendation from the Planning Commission, as well as your consideration of that recommendation. So at this time, I'm asking the council to please postpone these 2 resolutions indefinitely. I know we're talking about add-on number 1, but it would also be add-on number 3 as well.
What?
Okay, so you asked for us to postpone resolutions, add-on number 1 and 3 indefinitely. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, pleasure of the body.
Request for information.
What is your request, Mr. Jarrett?
With that, in that we're separating or asking to postpone resolution 3, how does that impact ordinance 4?
It doesn't. The resolution is almost stating what the ordinance is supposed to do. So if you approve this resolution, you're basically saying that you are agreeing with the planning commission's or the planning commission's recommendation to authorize, to act on their recommendation, which to approve the map. But you actually have to have the hearing. And so the ordinance is doing the same thing, essentially. So you don't need the resolutions, because the 2 ordinances are doing the same thing. And the ordinance is the normal method, so that you have a first reading and a second reading.
Okay. All right, and adding, answering Councilman 7th Ward questions, she asked us to postpone resolutions 1 and 3. And hearing that it will not impact.
You asked,
4.
I'm sorry, request for information.
Mhm.
We're postponing 1 and 3?
Yes.
So we need a different motion.
Right now, your motion is to approve 1, just for the discussion.
Right, so can whoever made that motion, can the second and then the motion be withdrawn so that we can tie them both together? If it's just essentially that we need to do the same thing for both.
Is that permissible? Since we've already had discussion.
Did we have discussion?
Yeah.
But did we have discussion?
Well, yeah, the clerk discussed it.
Technically, no, she was explaining.
All right,
Gosh.
I withdraw my motion.
All right, you withdraw your support? You withdraw your support. All right, so the motion has been withdrawn as well as the support. So what is the pleasure of the
Madam
body?
Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
Make a motion to postpone indefinitely add-on 1 and add-on 3.
All right, there's a motion on the floor to postpone add-on 1 and 3 indefinitely. Any support?
Support.
Supported by the councilwoman in the 7th Ward. Roll
for
call.
information.
Pardon me?
Madam Chair, can we put 2 subject matters in the same?
We can.
Do it all the time.
I don't think we can.
We
And
can.
then I think we probably did it wrong, because even when we do per resolution, each resolution can't have any more than 1 subject matter. Yeah, but it was done wrong.
Madam Chair.
Go
through
ahead.
you to the city attorney. Can we combine, was that a valid motion?
You can move by motion. What you cannot do is have multiple things in one resolution. So,
So that was a valid
well,
motion.
I'm sorry, but what was your motion?
My motion was to postpone indefinitely, add on 1A and 3.
Let me just look at your council rules, just to ensure, but, your resolutions, you can only have one subject in your resos. So let me just check your, council rules.
Yeah, but it still have a different resolution number.
Yeah, we did it several times before.
We did a lot of wrong things.
And so, well, so what will you do? Would you like to take a 5-minute recess for you to look it up?
Madam Chair, I withdraw my motion. And I make a motion to postpone indefinitely, add on 1.
Right, hold on. So, Ms. Bellarmine, you would, oh yeah, she withdrew her support from it. All right, so we're going back to resolution add-on number 1. It has been moved to be dropped indefinitely, supported by the councilwoman in the 7th Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. That is postponed indefinitely. So now we are on resolution. Go ahead, Ms. Mashat.
Support.
All righty. Motion's been made, supported by the councilman in the 4th Ward to postpone add-on number 3 indefinitely. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin? Yes. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no. That's postponed indefinitely as well.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I make a motion to approve add-on number 2.
Any support? All right, been motion and supported by a councilman in the 1st Ward to approve add-on number 2. Any discussion in the first
Madam
round?
Chair.
Go ahead, Ms.
If
Mashat.
Mr. Edwards could join us at the lectern.
Mr. Edwards, could you please join us at the lectern?
So as you walk up here, Mr. Edwards, we have the original resolution that was in front of us, and it just says by the city council desires to engage to services of a professional outside agency to perform water testing services within the 3600 blocks of Brownell Boulevard within the city. And this water testing should include a full water panel testing for metal and bacteria as well as mold and other contaminants. And the city requests that the city administration do all things necessary to enter into a contract with a professional outside agency to perform water testing services within the 34 through 3600 block of Brownell Boulevard. It is resolved that the city's administration will do all things necessary to enter into a contract with a professional outside agency to perform water testing services within the 34 through 3600 blocks of Brownell Boulevard within the city, with such testing including a full water panel with testing for metal and bacteria as well as mold and other contaminants. Does that satisfy what you need? I only have 5 minutes, I'm sorry.
I didn't hear in there.
It just says, the city council requests that the city's administration do all things necessary to
Okay.
enter into a contract. Does
Which
that
include-
satisfy what you need?
Which includes bid process.
Yeah, all things necessary. And then it says it twice under the be it resolved. I don't know if we can hand this to him really quickly so that he can see it.
I'm good.
You're good?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so does that satisfy what you need?
Yep, that will work.
All right, well then I yield.
All right, anyone else in the first round? Anyone else in the second round? Seeing no one, we will go ahead and call for the vote for add-on number 2. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin? Yes. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Not- oh. Priestley is not in. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. That resolution passes. So now we are at the end. Hold on a second. Oh, was that separated as well? Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you. So, now we're on add-on number 4. What's the pleasure of the body?
What is add-on number 4?
Any? All right, so no motion for add-on number 4?
I don't have add-on number.
Motion to approve. All right, so,
That's what I've
Ms.
been so
Priestley doesn't have,
confused.
Ms. Johnson, can you show her your add-on number 4? And, it has been motion to approve from the 7th ward. Any support? Support. Supported by the councilman in the 1st ward. I heard Madam Chair. Was it from you, Ms. Ricardo? Go ahead.
Oh, that's that one, okay.
I wanted to find out, Madam Chair, through you to Clerk Davina. Clerk Davina, when did we get this? And did we already have a public hearing or explain this?
I received that item this evening after 5 p.m. as an add-on to be brought from the floor during this meeting. So it would be on for introduction and first reading.
And you already had the public hearing?
No, this is the
Oh.
first time it's before this body. It's an add-on.
Yeah. Yeah, this is an add-on. It just got to us today, right?
Correct.
Okay, this, so you will have a public hearing on this too, right?
If you vote today to acknowledge the first reading, yes, a public hearing will be scheduled.
Yeah.
And a second reading.
But, I mean, and we just got this, we haven't had a chance to read over this, right?
Right, I just got it this evening.
Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion to send this to the legislative agenda, the legislative meeting, the first meeting of, first committee meeting in January.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor to send add-on number 4 to the legislative committee,
Yeah.
first meeting in January. Ms. Seconded by the councilwoman in the 7th ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Jarrett.
Yes.
Mr. Alamin.
Yes.
Dr. Lewis.
Yes.
Ms. Johnson. Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Mashat. And the vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. So now we're at the end of the meeting. Do we have?
Support.
All right, motion to adjourn by the councilwoman in the 7th ward, supported by the councilman in the 1st ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
I know, I was gonna steal that back. You know
Mr. Alamin.
I'm like,
Dr. Lewis.
steal that back.
Ms. Johnson. Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Jarrett. Vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. The time is now 9:38, and the Flint City Council meeting is officially adjourned. Happy holidays.
She's really not. It is such a bad look.
Good night, family. I'll see y'all tomorrow morning. Peace.